Welcome to GhanaWeb TV. This is a GhanaWeb special on the GhanaWeb Reporter. The GhanaWeb Reporter is the Ghana's first digital media sharing platform that democratizes journalism and empowers content creators. My name is Ismail Akwe, and today we are going to go through the ins and outs of the GhanaWeb Reporter through the eyes of journalists, bloggers, and content creators. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back to our GhanaWeb special, and we have here in our studio two gentlemen who are one of the first users of the GhanaWeb Reporter platform that democratizes journalism and empowers content creators. Indeed, they are content creators and they've been using the Reporter since January. Let me introduce you to Mr. Michael Jan, who is on my immediate left, and Mr. Michael Ejapong, who is also a GhanaWeb Reporter. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
Let me start with Mr. Michael Jan. How long have you been using the GhanaWeb Reporter?
For the past 6 months now.
6 months? Since when? Is it January? Okay. Five months, I think.
Months, okay.
That's 5 months. And how did you get to know about the Reporter?
I got to know about it online in LinkedIn.
On LinkedIn?
Yeah.
And then it was a contest. I remember we put out a contest about the Reporter, and then we asked people to send in entries. So you sent in a LinkedIn entry.
Exactly.
Yes. And why did you think you would be selected as one of the winners of the contest?
Actually, I'm a content writer myself. I have a personal blog that I do also publish articles. So when I got that opportunity, quickly I sent in my articles. So I knew that definitely my articles will also go through because I'm a content writer myself.
What's your blog name?
My blog name is FrenchEducationGhana.com.
.com.
Yeah.
It's not .wordpress.
No.
.com.
Yes.
Okay. Now let me come to the other Michael Ejapa. Yeah. Ejapa, how did you know about the Reporter?
Yes, I was going through Twitter, and then I saw GhanaWeb Reporter. Actually, first it was a flyer, an artwork, and I read through it and I said, okay, so how do I fill in this? And then I went back to your page on Twitter, and then I see a link there. So I tap on the link, and then I submitted an article I wrote. I submitted that article because I read through the requirements, and then I saw that the article should be impactful, should impact lives. And then I sat down for a while, and then I think, okay, so you just let me submit this article because I know they really need it, and maybe out of that they will have some help. So I submitted that particular article, and then
you are here.
Yes.
So are you a journalist?
Yes, I'm a journalist.
Okay. Where do you work now?
At Radio 1.
Radio 1.
Yes.
Okay. And how does the Reporter, come to support the work you're doing as a journalist?
Yes, because with a Reporter, with even my own blog, I need to put up a write-up. But with a Reporter, I can even put out just a video and then do a caption so that people knows what actually is happening. Let's say the flood here in Accra. I can take a video and then just caption, this is happening in Accra, this place, and then people will get to know, and then they have access to what is happening, other than just putting in a lot of write-up and all that. So I think it's wonderful. It's have just summarized everything my work.
So let me give you some background. Michael Ejapong and Michael Jan were part of the 10 contestants who were selected and awarded at the Ghana Bloggers Summit after they contested in the GhanaWeb Reporter contest. And all of them submitted stories that were fit to be on the Reporter. And then they were given the first-hand account on the GhanaWeb Reporter. So they were the first to have accounts on the Reporter. They've been using it since January, and now they are giving us what they've experienced, what they've encountered, and also the rewards they gained out of the GhanaWeb Reporter. Let me go back to Mr. Michael Jan. So, from January, when you were given the account, what have you been going through?
Oh, well, had the opportunity to have the accounts, I started immediately publishing my articles, and the articles come from also from social media. When I see it, I try to put my own perspective, the one that I always want to also motivate others. Yes, about life. So depending on the topic of the articles, I also try to bring my own ideas that will also help the audience, especially the youth, how to keep on going. And doing that has really also helped me, and people appreciate it.
What's one significant content that you remember publishing on the Reporter?
I have a lot of them, more than 500 articles, but the one that really went far was about almost 1 million views, was about Eto. Yes, I wrote about Eto, the way Eto became president in Cameroon as Cameroon, the
FIFA of Cameroon,
yes,
yes.
President of FIFA. And then when he did that for free. So he didn't charge anything like monthly. He was going to charge something like salary, but for free, and also increased the player's salary. So through that, when I took it, I published it, that this is exactly what, yes, this is the type of leaders that we want in Africa for Africa's development. And that content really went for almost 1 million views.
But you are a content creator, and do you create video content as well?
For now, no.
Okay. But how did you know that the Eto story would blow up?
Yes, I knew because of what he did. Yes, actually, Eto has money. He's a billionaire, so Eto could have still charged them as a president. Yes, take money, the salary. But here's the case, because he wanted to sacrifice. That's the sacrifice spirit that really got me. So for him, he wants to sacrifice himself for the people. As a player, he knew what players go through. So he wanted actually to help them.
Okay.
Yeah, so that is the part that really got me, and also wrote an article about it. That is exactly what I mean. Our leaders also need to be not always about money, but it should also come from the heart. Okay.
Yeah. Ejapa, what about you? What was your most significant article which you published through the Reporter?
Yes, that was the last mail of Kutua Champon before his execution, and then people really wanted to read about it. What food? And then actually in the headline, I said his favorite meal. So people wanted to know about his favorite meal. And then recently I published about the wedding photos of the president, the sitting president, Nana Addo Akufo-Addo, His Excellency. And then people are really loving it. And then, you know, I think one thing I've also noticed when I was using the Reporter is that I've been on other platforms, because I'm a blogger, have been on other platforms. They have their terms and conditions. That is, you need to have a certain number of words before you can put up what you want to put up. But with a Reporter, even if it is a picture, just put the picture there. Ask people about the picture. I remember I recently did one. There was this lady who has tattooed all his body, and then I posted the picture there, and I said, how much are you going to pay for her bride price? And then you see the reactions are massive. So you don't need a certain voice to describe it. You just post there, ask the people, and then they can react. Other than, you know, if I want to post something, you limit me to have a certain voice before I can put it out there. But a Reporter, if it is a video, just put it up there. If it is a picture, just put it up there. Even if it is your opinion, just put it up there. And then you can also seek people to also share their views. So it's a wonderful place to be.
How do you know people are reading your article?
Yes, you can track them. There is a dashboard. So when I put up the story, I can really track the dashboard, how many people are reading the article, my income too is there, and then even among us, the reporters, my rank with my articles. And then Michael here has been a tough opponent since we joined the house. Yes.
Since you've brought up the issue of income, it's very important to talk about that, because I know a lot of people want to earn from YouTube and other platforms, but they don't make any money. They have to hit a certain threshold and all of that. With the reporter, do you make money instantly? Are you guys seeing the money you are making? How do you make money?
Oh.
Let me go to Michael, Jan.
Yeah, so the money is being made through the viewership.
Okay.
So when people come in numbers to read your article, other pictures or whatever you put it there, since you have a dashboard, so through that it generates an income for you. So as time goes on, and then you continue. So it has to be something that has to be consistency. Yes, in order to achieve what you also want.
Okay, where can we find your blog?
My blog,
yes.
personal blog.
On GhanaWeb.
On GhanaWeb. It can be found at GhanaWeb News, and GhanaWeb News you will see bloggers. Is it bloggers blog?
Yes,
yeah, bloggers blog. And then my name is French Education.
Okay, so your blog name is French Education on GhanaWeb, on the news section. And what about you?
Yes, on the news section, you see Daily News Ghana.
Okay, so when we go there, everything there is your content.
Yes.
And how do you upload your content?
Yes, I use the dashboard. And then one thing also about the dashboard is that it's very easy, simple to use. You know, you don't even have to be educated. All you need to do, just download the app, and then you go through the process of registering, and then when you are posting, it's just easy. Your title is there, the body of the content, you just upload your pictures, videos, and then it's...
Do you use your phone or your laptop to do
my
it?
phone.
Your phone.
Yes.
What about you?
I use laptop.
You use your laptop. Yeah. But why don't you want to use the phone for uploading the content?
Oh, okay. I think the laptop is easy for
me. Easy for
yeah,
you. Okay. But you prefer the phone?
Yes, because with the phone I can take pictures, videos, and then upload anywhere I am. So
and are you getting any supporting, publishers who are using your account, your Daily Mail, to also publish content?
Yes.
Because I understand the reporter also has the feature where others can also help in publishing content.
Yes. I remember I needed to go off for a while, and then I said I needed someone to, and then I got 2 people, so they were publishing on my behalf.
Okay, 2 people.
Yes, 2 people. So they were publishing on my behalf whilst I was away, and then it was like all fun, because I sit back and then I see them publishing in my name, and then sometimes I need to come back and then review the content, and then they were all good. So sometimes I get people to also support it.
Do they also look at the dashboard?
Yes, they do.
They do, and they see the numbers.
Yes. I remember one stopped publishing, and then he said, "No, Charlie, you need to get me an account, because look at your numbers here. I can't really sit back and then for you to also enjoy, because I can create the content as you can. So you just give me how I can go about it." And then I did that, and then there are people also approaching. They want to join because they saw my dashboard. Okay.
And how many content do you publish in a day?
Publish about 3 to 5 contents in a day.
In a day, and yours are mainly articles.
Many articles. I don't do many articles.
Okay. And what about you? What do you post normally?
And you see, one interesting thing also about the reporter is that you don't have any limitations, so you can publish as much as you want. Sometimes I publish 5, I publish 10, depending on what I am posting.
Okay.
And I have shifted my attention from publishing articles to posting social media pictures. What is trending on social media, I bring it back to the app and then see how people are also reacting onto the app. So I'm more like sharing pictures and then videos from social media, and then it's been amazing.
Okay, with the social media shares, I know the reporter gives you the opportunity to share videos from YouTube. Yes. You can share posts from any social media platform directly to the platform. When you were told this, that was in December last year, before you were given the account, what did you make of it? What did you think?
Yes, I for the first time, I went there and then decided to share my post, and then I saw GhanaWeb up there, and I was like, oh, wow. But when I started sharing, when people react to the post on GhanaWeb, they come back and then they give me a follow. So it has really not given me income on the Reporters app, but it has also increased my following, because a lot of people also want to follow me because they always see my content on the blog, and then the post is either coming from my Instagram or my Facebook, or sometimes even my YouTube channel. So they want to follow back there. So when I post, they will be the first to see there before it comes to the app. So it's been amazing for me.
And Michael John, what was your previous impression and what do you think about it now after 5 months?
This has really helped me, especially also to have more views on my blog. So because I normally I'm more into articles and sometimes pictures. So when I do that, I normally write my website under my Michael John also French education. This has also increased viewers on my blog. Sometimes they want to come and see who is Michael John behind this article, especially when the person finds it good, and also other social media on Instagram and then Twitter. Some people can even message me privately, oh, I read this article about this topic, but it was good. Unfortunately, I couldn't comment on the GhanaWeb, but it was good. And that really also helps me to continue doing what I'm doing.
There's a question everybody is asking concerning your blog. Yeah. Your blog is called French Education on GhanaWeb, GH on GhanaWeb. Exactly. Why are we not seeing French education on your blog?
Exactly. So initially, the idea was to publish about French articles and also to also let people, especially students, also learn French outside the English. So that was the idea. So at times I do, but I also realized that no, I have to add other articles also into it. The article that has to do with the social issues and everything that can also impact people. So I do about the French education articles also. So it's a mix of everything, and not particularly about the French education or French articles alone. Yeah, so
well, this is quite an interesting discussion, and we'll take a break. When we come back, we're going to talk about the money part. How much money have they made in the 5 months that they've been using the reporter? They will tell us all of that after this break. Welcome back from the break. This is a GhanaWeb TV special, and we are speaking to Mr. Michael John and Mr. Michael Ejapon. They are GhanaWeb reporters, and we are talking about the GhanaWeb Reporter. Now, the money part. I mean, a lot of people are very interested in the money aspect. And Michael, I think 2 months ago, a month ago, you made a withdrawal request, and everybody was wondering, why is this guy trying to withdraw 100 cedis or so? I think about 100 or so, 170 something. So why did you make that withdrawal request when you had not even hit 300 cedis on the platform?
The thing is, when I first started, I wasn't too sure if this is really even going to work with the money aspect and all that. But then I did 3 publications, and that 3 publications got me the 100+ Ghana cedis. So after doing the 3 publications, I stopped publishing there, and then I decided to go back to my dashboard and then see how things are going. Then I saw that these 3 publications actually got me 100+ Ghana cedis. And okay, so can I really have this money, or it is just there? So I decided to request and see if truly I will receive the money. And then I was given an option to put in my mobile money and then my bank also accounts, but I decided to go with the mobile money and then see how fast it will be. So I wanted to see if truly I will receive the money.
And did you receive the money?
Oh yes, I did.
176, I think.
Yes, 76 Ghana cedis.
Okay, by mobile money.
Yes, by mobile money. And then one thing is that when I withdraw the money, I was just there waiting for it to drop, and then we were told that it's this is paid every 15th of the month.
Yes.
So I was waiting for it. The 15th, I didn't receive it, and I was like, okay, so let's wait and see. And then on the 15th, I didn't see anything, so I waited, and then the early morning on 16th, I received an alert that the money has been paid to me, and I was so excited. I was like, oh, okay, wow, so this is real. So, that really motivated me to continue publishing more, and then I was really telling people more about it. I was just showing them. So even though I will spend the money, I took a screenshot of it so that I can tell people that I got paid from the app.
And then you, Michael Jan.
Yes, please.
How was the payments like when Ejapa was expecting 100 CDs? I'm sure you were around 500 CDs already, and you saw it. You knew what you were making.
Exactly.
Did you really believe you would make or get that money?
I couldn't believe it. But contrary to my colleague Michael Japa, mine was, I intentionally leave it like that. It was a source of motivation. So anytime when I come and I see 500 or 600 and something, 700. So actually it was a source of motivation. Anytime when I come and I see it, it helps me to continue to publish more articles, to get where I want to get and then withdraw the money. So I wanted to be as a source of motivation. Yeah, so that's the reason why I didn't withdraw it right from the beginning.
So you didn't withdraw for 5 months, waiting for it to motivate you.
Exactly.
So which motivation level did it get to before you withdrew?
Exactly. So now when I got to 1,007, getting to 2,000 now, I said, now the money is becoming huge. In Ghana, where would they be able to pay me that money? Okay, if that is the case, now let me withdraw it and see if truly they'll be able to pay. So I also wanted to test the system and see whether the system really works. And I did, and truly.
So you were paid?
I was paid.
Were you also paid on the 15th or the day after?
Oh, the day after.
Okay.
Or the day after. I got it into my bank account.
How much did you withdraw after the 100?
Yes, but you see, one thing is me for the after the 100, I didn't want to withdraw actually, but I showed it to a few of my friends, and then they were saying, "Are you sure this money is real? Are you sure this money is real?" You know, those kind of vibes. And I said, "Oh yes, I even withdraw 100 and something Ghana cedis." So I was having 500 plus in my account, waiting for it to grow more. But because I just wanted to show them this is real, I requested for a withdrawal, and then I said, you just wait and see that this money will be paid. And when the money was paid, I showed it to them, and then if you see how these people were rushing to get the account done, and then it was really amazing. But for me, I was pushed to withdraw. I just wanted to be like my brother.
So what's your final words to those who may want to be part of the reporter, who want to be reporters, and what advice would you give them in terms of how to generate content and also how to get a lot of people reading the content?
The point is, as I said earlier, this is just simple, easy. I don't know the brain, because the brain behind this reporter thing is just genius. Because we have other platforms doing the same or similar thing, but they restrict you. They give you limitations. You can publish this a day. You can publish with these words. You can publish using this, that. But with the reporter, he said, no. Do you have a video? Is it on your social media? Do you have a photo, a picture? What do you have? Do you want to show it to people? Do you want to ask them about their opinion? Just do that. You can even go through your social media posts, whether Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, whatever. Just share your post, and then it will be live. people react to it. You don't need any amount, nothing. It's just you and your data. Just publish and then, you know, get paid. And then one thing also is that really when I withdrew my 500 Ghana cedis, that was 3 days ago. So I have about getting to close to 200 Ghana cedis again. Just like that. So you just need to publish. If you really want to, what do you think, when I want to make a post, I ask myself, if I see this post online, will I be tempted to click on and then read? If the answer to me is yes, then I'll put it out there. I just want things that people could react to. We see things every day. We see things happening around us. People are not reporting. Even getting journalists to report on these things are hard. But GhanaWeb is that you can be your own reporter, you can be your own journalist. Just put it out there. We have the numbers, and then we will show it to our people. And then they are doing this paid something, I don't know, but then I see my content at other places of GhanaWeb. Sometimes I even open stories on GhanaWeb, and then when I scroll down, I see my content there. They are just promoting for me for free. I'm not paying anything. Just put up the content. We promote for you. You get income, and then you can withdraw your money. I don't know what else we want, and then we can't ask for more. This is just amazing.
What about you, Michael John?
Yes, so I see this reporter as a side hustle business, and then actually it also help you as a person. I'm more into writing articles, short stories. When I have the headline, I always want to write articles about it. So for me, I think it is easy, because the GhanaWeb has already the numbers. Everyone wants to create his or her own blog and also have Google AdSense, so that at the end of the day the person can be paid. And that one sometimes becomes difficult. But with that one, the numbers, the audience is already there. So it's up to you to work on your headline. The headline is very important. So with all this experience, the headline is very important. We have some of the headlines. When you go, you can just see the introduction and then the body and also conclusion immediately from the headline. Yeah,
so your strategy is the headline?
Mine is the headline.
Okay.
Because I'm to writing the article, mine is the headline. So the headline has to be catchy. So I want you to come and then click on it, so that at the end of the day, when you read, not because I also want something in return, but it will also benefit you as well. So the headline, when you have a very catchy headline, definitely people will go and read your stories, your articles, what you have to offer. And then at the same time, in return, to also help you.
You've heard the testimonies of Michael Jan and Michael Ejapon. So they are our first users of the GhanaWeb Reporter. They're actually blog reporters. So with the reporter, there are two types. We have the basic reporters and then the professional reporters. The professional reporters earn income out of their work, which is to publish on the blogs that will be created for them. The basic reporters, you have access to the number of people on GhanaWeb, all of the GhanaWeb audience who see your content on the wall. As professional reporters, you could be VIP reporters under the professional. The VIP are for influencers, also for public figures and then celebrities. While the blogger reporters, that's for bloggers and also journalists. They are journalists, also content creators. They are using that platform to put out their content to the entire audience of GhanaWeb. GhanaWeb as well benefits by giving its audience diverse content of different varieties, help people to understand what's happening in the country. You can also be a reporter by downloading the GhanaWeb Reporter app on Play Store and then on the App Store, either on iPhone and on Android devices, and then you register, go through the process, then that's it. You can just apply, upload anything you want to upload. It could be a photo, a video, and even document. And these will be published on your personalized page, and it would also appear on the wall of GhanaWeb and on other platforms. When you want to be, or if you want to be a professional reporter, you need to apply. After downloading the app and then registering, you apply to be a professional reporter. You would have to show proof that indeed you are a content creator, you are also a citizen journalist or a celebrity or an influencer, and then you'll be given access to the professional reporters dashboard. Then you can measure and see the number of people who visit your page and the number of money you make out of the reporter. The reporter is so easy. There is also the aspect of the advocacy or for the advocacies like the NGOs. You can also have a reporter page where you put out content surrounding the good works that you do, and also if you need people to contribute to your NGO with the advocacy reporter, you could do same. You just have to register to be an advocacy reporter. All the details are on GhanaWeb. Go to the wall section and you find all the content and all the reports from the reporters. The GhanaWeb Reporter is Ghana's first digital media sharing platform created to democratize journalism and empower content creators. And you've heard from Michael Ejapong. He is a journalist and he is being given the opportunity to put out his content as a journalist. And also you've heard from Michael Jan. He is a content creator. He has been empowered to make money out of his content. You can also be a reporter.
The Ghana Premier League is getting very interesting because you don't want to miss any action or flick. And these days, one of the teams that is eyeing a place in the top 4 finish or possibly win the Ghana Premier League is Accra Great Olympics. Well, today we are at the training base of Accra Great Olympics to have a riveting conversation with their head coach, Anawaka, who has been doing so much for this club to move them from a team that used to be relegation battlers to a team that is eyeing a place in the top 4 finish or possibly, as I said before, win the Ghana Premier League. And also speak to one of their top strikers, that's Maxwell Abiqui, who earned a place in the Blaster squad at the just ended AFCON 2021. Well, we are taking a short break, and when we return, we'll delve into the conversation. My name is Joseph Adamafiu. Stay tuned. So you're welcome back from the break. My name is Joseph Adamafiu, and as I told you before, I'm here with Maxwell Abi. Maxwell, welcome. Nice seeing you. How's the season been so far since you returned from the AFCON and everything?
Well, before I talk, I give thanks to the Almighty God, and then secondly to the entire playing body of Accra Great Olympics, and last but not the least to the coach himself, Anawaka, and the management as a whole. Well, you could see when I came back from the tournament, though I didn't have a chance of playing, but so it seems my first appearance after I came back from the tournament, I found it difficult to gel or to play my best. So it took me, I think, 2 matches before the 3rd match against us. I was able to go all out. So it has been a wonderful tournament too, and a very good experience too in the Blasters.
When you say a wonderful experience, how was your reaction when you saw your name in the squad?
Well, you know, it's everybody's aspiration to wear the national team jersey and make sure he lifts his mother or his country high or up. Well, so what I would say is that kudos to myself. I was happy. All I would say is that I was very happy. So
Camp Life. How was Camp Life? Yeah, with you yourself, you're a national star here in the Ghana Premier League. Then you play alongside the IUs, the parties, and everything.
Yeah, like I said, it was a very good experience. Like I said, so training with them, tapping some knowledge from them, and I think I'm adding a lot of experience to what I have already. Different skill and how to think and all that. You know, when you are playing with them, you have to learn from them too as well. So that's what I was doing. So it has really added up a lot of skills and experience to what I already had.
I realized that when you came back, the game against Heart of Oak was that part of the things that you've learned from the seniors, because I saw that disguise you did for your colleagues to go and score the goal.
Yeah.
Was that something you learned from your
Well, honestly, that is part of me already, but when it comes to confidence, I learned something like confidence more, because playing with very big players like Pate, Jordan, Mate, Ayu, I don't think when you come down to the league you should be afraid of anyone. So the experience level was very high.
You wish to return to the Blasters?
Oh, always, because that's where we all want to be.
Yeah.
Sure. So
how was the mood when after the final match against Comoros? How was the mood in camp?
Well, everybody was down, honestly, but I know like spiritually, physically, though we were down, but there's always another chance to prove, or there's always more door for improvement. So after being down, everybody, I think, has gone back to his club, trying to lift up his head up and then do his best, and then he'll be called upon again and then represent. And we all know, you know, at every whenever you fall, it shouldn't be your end of your journey. You can wake up as a man and then drive on, and then the sky will be your limit. So I think sometimes in life too, when you go down, it's a source of encouragement for you. Yeah. So when you come back, you know what you did wrong, what made you went down, and all that. So you lift yourself up right from the beginning when you get another opportunity.
So you are waiting for another opportunity to return to the Blasters, and I hope this time when you get there, you'll be able to showcase more of what you've got in yourself.
Exactly.
What do you think about the perception out there being portrayed as home-based players, not good like foreign-based players? How do you feel as a home-based player?
Well, for that, sometimes I don't really want to talk about this, but what we play here is equally what they play over there. So when we do well here, they all see it and they try to give us the opportunity and play. So whoever does well here is being called upon. That's all. So,
because honestly, let me tell you,
I believe in the local players too as well.
Yeah.
So no doubt, whenever we are called upon, we give our best.
Let's talk about family. Your father was a footballer. How has his career influenced you as a footballer?
Well, when I was a kid, my dad used to tell me story about himself when he was also a kid playing. So I think sometimes he doesn't really believe in me. He used to believe in my junior brother.
Okay.
So whenever I'm playing, I think when he remember when he was a kid playing, he sees that he was better than me. So he wasn't having that confidence in me to play. So it got to a time I told myself I can do it. So I came in all out just to prove him wrong. And now I think I'm being motivated by my brother, and my brother is being motivated by me.
I've heard you talk about your mom when you guys started playing football. You said you wanted the children to become doctors and all.
Of course.
Now that she has children who are playing the national team, now when you go home, what's there?
You know, absolutely, everybody is happy, and they feel. Sometimes I think not that they didn't want us to play. If they know we are going to make it, they would have allowed us. But they think, you know, maybe example, you were playing, you think you were better than your kid, and your kid, you think he can make it. You understand? Definitely, you will try to shape him or divert him to where you think he can. But sometimes the children themselves believe in themselves first before their parents. So when you leave them and you back them or you do the necessary, you give them the necessary support, they can get there.
So has education played a big role in your career?
Of course, education is very important everywhere you go. So like how to think, how to associate with others, you know, different people. When you are schooling, you meet different people. So definitely you're going to have different way of thinking and how to associate with others.
Well, you're still watching Sports Check here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Joseph Adama. We are taking a short break, and when we return, we'll continue with the conversation. Welcome back from the break. My name is Joseph Adama, and I'm still here with Maxwell Abiqui, the striker for Accra Great Olympics. Maxwell, let's now talk about the Ghana Premier League and more. Who is that opponent in defense that you find that defender is very tough in the Ghana Premier League?
Well, I used to say something that mostly I don't meet defenders who are tough because I have a way of thinking too. When you are tough, I have another way of beating you. I have so many ways of beating a defender. So I'm never afraid of any defender, and because when I'm playing in any match, I create chances, just that I miss it. So when the defenders are tough, then I shouldn't have any chance at all to score.
Really?
Yeah.
There's no defender or goalkeeper who has worried you that you would say?
Not really.
What about the opponents to play against? Which away game has been one of the toughest that you see?
Well,
Kotoko fans, you know how they
Kotoko.
can. The fans, when you're playing in a stadium.
When I'm playing and I see fans, even if you are booing me, I feel you are booing the opponent.
Wow.
I have a different mentality of playing football.
The mental fortitude. How do you calibrate it to psych yourself in the midst of difficulties when your fans, travel to away games and the fans are cheering against you? How do you psych yourself?
Well, even against Kotoko, when we were on the field, the supporters started insulting us, and I told my boys, the supporters there are for us, so we should just play. Whatever sound you hear, assuming it's against the opponent.
Wow.
That's me.
But can Olympics win the Ghana Premier League?
Well, honestly, it's every team's aim to be crowned as league winners. So we are also doing our best when trying to be in the top 4 at the latter part of the league, when we feel maybe at the last 5 or 6 matches, when we think we can push harder and then get the trophy, we go all out. But our target now is just to be in the top 4.
Top 4?
Yeah.
But are you going to still stay with Olympics till the end of the season, knowing that you're going to play in the national team? And our players, when they go and play in the national team, the next minute you see they're out of the country.
Honestly, I've played for long. I've played for about 7 seasons now. So I think I've done my best in the league. So any opportunity that comes, I just say goodbye to Ghana Premier League.
But definitely you're not leaving.
That may be temporary goodbye.
Okay.
Like our senior man is back, Sule Ali Mutari. Maybe one day I can come back and then help raise the league.
What do you see yourself playing for? If any local team comes to show interest in you, can you leave the Olympics family?
I don't know what is going to happen, so
you don't know
I can't say anything for now. Yeah.
But then you tweeted about Fabrizio. He tweeted something and you went to react to it.
Yeah.
Is that something that you wish would come true?
Of course. Sometimes you should push yourself. You should motivate yourself. You should let something push you. Maybe there's something you can do, but you should tell yourself, I can do it. So that force keeps pushing or encouraging you to do it. Because when I'm in school, or if coach is not here, I'll be playing what I like. But if coach is here, I try to do what coach asks me to do. You understand? So coach is the force behind me being perfect or me doing better. You understand? So something I can do, I try to motivate myself that I can run fast and get there in maybe 2 seconds. So I tell myself I can run there, but maybe I think I can't. You understand? But I try to let something push me to do it, to make it possible. So that is me.
So I guess encouraging yourself that definitely one day
I will get there.
The Italian journalist.
Of course, everyone is saying, you know, you should know yourself too, and you know your limit. You can't give something higher than what you can't meet. You understand? You know your limit.
Where do you see yourself playing when it comes to being at the apex? World Club Cup, Champions League, La Liga, Premier League. Where do you see yourself?
You know, we have very good leagues in Europe, like the French League, the Bundesliga, the EPL, the La Liga. That's every player's dream too. That stage is where every player's dream is to get there. Sure.
Which one will be the pinnacle of your career? Which one?
EPL.
EPL?
Yeah.
Not the Champions League.
I don't know, but like, it's the league you are talking about, right?
Yeah.
So the EPL, I want to find myself playing in the EPL because you play in the EPL before the Champions League. You can't just go and play Champions League. You understand? You play in one league before you qualify to Champions League.
You find yourself in an era where there are young players coming up. You find Callum Hudson-Odoi. We go to Man City. They have young players there. You have Mbappe in the French league. Are these players that you wish to play against or play with in future if you get opportunity abroad?
Yeah. In Europe is their era there, and over here too is my time here. So there's no difference. I can play with them, I can play against them anytime soon.
I see that. But in Olympics, your brother is back these days at Olympics. How is the happiness like in camp?
Well, my brother is one player we missed so much when he left, even especially at the beginning of the season. But he's back, and I think everyone is happy. Me myself, I'm very happy because imagine you playing, you yourself splitting yourself in 11 at like a number of 11 and playing against an opponent. You are all going to think the same. So having my brother, we think the same.
How do you guys approach the game against Accra Tofo? Because the way you play Accra Tofo is not the same way you play Kotoko. How do you guys psych yourself?
Yeah, you know, sometimes you should play match after match. You know, our plan, we went in with Kotoko didn't really work in favor of us. So we have to come back and then psych ourselves. Play another tactical, or coach introduce another tactical way of playing against Asafok, and that worked. So it's match after match. What you did last match in the previous match that didn't help, you wouldn't introduce it in the upcoming game. So it was just a tactical change, and you could see if you see Kotoko's game, it was a tactical game that we changed against House of Folk.
The way I see you guys play against Heart of Folk is totally different because you really frustrated their defense. I remember during the game at one point, you and Mo Al-Hassan had some little conversation. I saw you laughing. Was it deliberate to frustrate
it was deliberate because I also want to frustrate him and then maybe I get a penalty or something. So it's all part. You see, I told you I have a way of playing. I have so many ways.
Okay.
Sure.
Is Glaston Awako still a family or another artist at Heart of Folk? Because it's an opponent. How do you guys relate now?
Yeah, he's still our brother. I always talk to him.
You guys frustrated him in the house?
Even before the game on Twitter, you could see us talking and all that. We spoke. We were having fun.
So there's nothing like any issue?
No. Maybe if I should take my phone right now, he has called me.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow.
So we talk a lot.
That's the level of friendship you guys have in the.
Once a soldier, always a soldier. When you leave this club, you've played before, so you always.
I had a conversation with one Ghanaian footballer, and he told me that if you're a Ghanaian footballer and you don't have this kind of hairstyle, the defenders are not afraid of you. Is it true?
Oh no, I have like.
You have to be very scary for the defender to know that you.
For me, honestly, when I have my hair bushy like that and I shape it, I'm okay. I feel okay. I look like a footballer. That's all. So, but I can't cut my hair down. I don't know. And moreover too, I'm having a mark here. Some time ago, I cut my hair down and I had a knock.
Okay.
Oh God, like I had a cut. So I didn't want to leave it down again anymore. Because sometimes when you hit the ball and you have your hair cut, you feel it very well.
It is right. I see that. But as we get ready to end our conversation, what would you say you would want to achieve with Great Olympics before you bid them farewell?
Well, mine is very simple. Olympics has really struggled in the past years, trying to battle relegation and all that. And for now, for the past 2 years or 3 years, I've been left alone. I'm the oldest player here. So I think even with me not being in the club and the club not being relegated as well, I think I've done something in the past three seasons. So I'm looking up to the end of the season. Maybe I place them at the top 4 or something.
What would you tell the fans? What would be your message to the fans?
Well, I always thank the fans for supporting us, especially the management as well. They're really doing their best and then trying to motivate the players in every means. To the last but not the least, to the technical men and coach as well. I'll thank them all, and to the fans, they keep supporting us in every way. Any way they feel like when they are there, we'll be okay. So I thank them so much. They should keep supporting us. Because of us, that's why they are here. So we also support them, they support us back. We thank them so much.
Thanks so much. I can see that your team wants to meet, so we'll catch up another time. Well, we are still here on GhanaWeb TV. It's still Sports Check. We are taking a short break, and when we return, we continue with the conversation with coach of Accra Great Olympics, Anna Walker. Stay tuned. Hello and welcome again to another edition of Sports Check here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Joseph Adamafi, and today we are at the training grounds of Accra Great Olympics to have a riveting conversation with their head coach, Anna Walker. Well, he's currently here with me, and I would like us to delve straight into the conversation. Coach, so far, how's the season been?
The season has been good. Before we getting to the end of the first round, which we end this weekend, and you know all clubs are doing good, are doing their best, and we're waiting till the end of the first round, then we take off into the second round. But for now, the first round have been very good.
When you look at the position of your club on the league log, are you impressed so far, or you want to improve?
I'm not impressed because last season by this time I was at the second position, so I'm not impressed. But well, they say in all things you should give thanks to God. I'm still preparing for the second round, and I believe in the second round things will change for me to get to where I wanted to take the club to.
When you say things will change, what are some of the things that you...
matches that I drew.
Okay.
You know, in the first round, I drew so many matches, about 7 matches.
Wow.
That I drew. And I believe in the second round, it's not going to be like that. It's going to be a change and win my matches, which I'm preparing my team for it in the second round.
Looking at how away matches are being played in the Ghana Premier League, is it a tough task traveling to go and play away matches and all?
Referees have not been fair, but we don't want to talk when you are playing away. It's not easy playing away, especially when you are playing these brown teams. So we're looking at it that maybe the second round, the FA is going to do something about it so that it should be fair. I believe if the game is being handled fairly, then we all enjoy the game as it is.
Nice. The way you said, if the game is handled fair, everything will be nice. Some of your players have returned to the squad. We've seen some more Abiqui return to the squad. How beneficial has it been to the team since he's returned?
Yes, he have benefited seriously. And though against us was his first match, and I believe when we get to the second round, he's going to help a lot. Yeah.
I see that you are basking in smiles, but there is the case that we have a lot of players. So I came here, I've not seen Lukaku. Where is Lukaku?
Lukaku is gone on transfer to Abiana.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Management feel he has to go because Abiana requested for him, and you know, if a team requests and you think you have more strikers, you have to release him to a club that maybe he might be regular there.
But what do you think about Maxwell Abiqui in your team?
Maxwell is my kingpin, which you all know, but after the AFCON that he came, because he was not having play time there, and when he came, it was much rusty. But I think the third week match, his first match was against King Faisal, then the second match was against Kotoko, and the third match was against us, which he performed very, very good. So I believe with Ashi inclusion, it's going to be fantastic.
But then there are some people who say that Abiqui has really improved since he returned from the Black Stars. Not about his scoring abilities and all that, but his contribution to the team. When you look at his performance against Out of Hope, you realize that that particular goal that was scored, if not for his disguise, definitely the defenders would have opted to go in for him. Do you think he has learned some experience from his national team?
Yeah, I can see he's learned something from the national team. So I know with time he will pick them one after the other, and that will help him also in the league.
Will you type yourself as a coach who is good at nurturing players for the national team, because you have under 20 players in your team, players in under 23 national team players?
You know, I'm a developer, so I make players and I nurse players like you've asked. And most players that have passed through my hands always go to the national team. So I'm a coach that nurses players to get into the national teams.
So if there's a player out there who knows that he wants to become a national asset, definitely he should pass through your hands. Is that what you're saying?
By God's grace.
Let's move on and talk some more about your days in the. You have a national assignment as well as the which coach, please?
Local Blaster.
Local Blasters. How is scouting players for the national team like for the Blasters league?
You know, normally we all play the league at the same time. It's only once or twice that you have the chance to watch any other league match, and that's especially in Accra here, since I don't go around to scout. But I also contact my colleague coaches and ask them maybe the good ones as a coach that can be recommended to me. So that's how I do my scouting, from the help of my colleague coaches. Yeah.
But we have a situation where sometimes you have players for the qualifiers, then the next time you are going to play another progressive match, you have players joining other clubs outside the shores of Ghana.
Yeah.
How is that a worry to you and your team?
You know, I have not started playing yet. I'm just given the job, and now that I'm going to start playing. So I've not experienced anything like that before.
I see that. But looking at the Black Stars B, do you think it's high time the Chan tournament, we get back and try and win the tournament?
Yeah, that is my prayer. And now the team is given to me, and I'm waiting for my qualification before I go to the Chan, that I can show what I can do. Yeah.
Nice one. But one of the issues at Ghana's campaign at the AFCON 2021 was the level of local players not being given the opportunity to showcase their talent in the senior national team.
Yeah.
Is that a bane to you? Is that an issue to you that you also express the
For Ghana or in the other clubs?
No, local players being in the senior national team. That's the main Black Stars team.
Here in Ghana?
Yes.
That one there, I cannot say anything about this. It is the coaches there. They will have to decide what to do. And if they should ask me of the local ones, I will also help in showing them those who are ready to play. So for there, I leave it to the whites and our local assistant coaches there.
But would you love to see more local players being action in the national team? Because there is this perception out there that is being made that as if players from Ghanaian players abroad are better than home-based players.
Honestly, like I said, is the coaches there that will decide what they think will be good for them to use. So I cannot decide for them.
Okay, let's return home and talk about Olympics, because that's where you focus on. What do you think Olympics needs to win the league? Because last season you came close to winning the league, but this season even Magdan has even added much more excitement to promising to give you an amount of money if your players are able to deliver on winning the Ghana Premier League.
Yeah. Well, last season, like you said, we were of the edge to win the league. But unfortunately, we couldn't. And like I said, in all things, you have to give thanks to God. God knows best. So, like I said, the second round is going to start. We are not in a good position, but in the second round, I believe we will make amends and get closer to the trophy.
Who do you see as your closest opponent that's going to worry you in your race to winning the title?
Now in Kotoko, there are teams ahead of us. So it's left with us to work hard and more harder to get close to those ahead of us. It's up to us to work harder. Apart from working hard, we cannot get there. So we work hard to get to where we have to be close to the winning the league.
So for you, the title race is not over. It's still on course.
Of course, yes. It's not over till it's over.
It's not over till. What makes you enjoy your work so much that you are always with Olympics? Coach Anna Walker.
Yeah.
Anytime you mention Olympics, then it's Anna Walker. What makes you love your work?
Seriously, Oli is a club I love very well, and lucky enough, I've had a chance to coach the team. So it's left with me, and I wish I always work hard with the club and wanted to do something with the club so that my name will also be written in the Guinness Book of Accra Great Olympics.
The Guinness, do you have something like that, Guinness Book of Accra Great Olympics?
I don't know whether I'm saying it. That my name will also be written when you are calling Accra Great Olympics.
Okay, I said that. But in terms of Accra Great Olympics, it's a traditional club.
Yeah.
You see legends and former players of the team contribute to the team. How inspirational has their like the way they chip in their contribution to the team? How influential have they become to the team?
They are also helping because since they've been members of the club and they've gone on retirement, they are of a role model to the players. So they also come closer to advise the players. And when the players see them, they are also happy to see those who have served the club before. And they also take some advice from them so they can also do better. Yeah.
Now, before we go, I'd like to ask you a final question on the fans. What do you want the fans to do for the club ahead of the second round of the Ghana Premier League?
All I'm saying is, I think you've seen them here. My prayer is they also help the club in prayers. They also have to support, even if the club is not performing. The players are not performing, they have to inspire them, shout, still support for the boys to see that they have people behind them, then the win will come.
Finally, I know I've said that it's final, but having seen what Aliou Cisse did with Senegal for close to 6 to 7 years, was with the national team and has been able to achieve something like that. Do you think that if you stay a little bit longer, that dream of seeing Olympics win the Ghana Premier League will be realised?
Yeah, like I said, that's my wish, at least to do something with Accra Great Olympics. And I know with God on my side, it will come to pass.
All right, thanks for your time, Coach. I know you have to return and continue with your training. So thank you very much for your time. Well, my name is Joseph Adamafi, and this has been another edition of Sports Check here on GhanaWeb TV. Thanks for watching.
Welcome to the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. This is the most informative socio-political program you can find online. We bring you all the facts and updates on issues that matter to you. My name is Ismail Akwe. In this edition, we are going to discuss the creative arts industry, specifically the movie industry of Ghana. The movie industry of Ghana has brought so much pride to a lot of Ghanaians. However, currently, we have a lot of actors and actresses who are complaining about the way they are being treated, the way the industry is collapsing, and also the lack of jobs, lack of movies, and the competition with Nigeria and other countries that are also very active in the movie industry. We'll be talking with an expert who is an actor himself, and we're going to go into the issues of the movie industry of Ghana. Stay with us, we'll be right back after this break. Welcome back from the break. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ismail Akwe, and our guest is a veteran actor. I don't know if you are interested in veteran, but he's been acting for so many years. He's Eko Blankson. He's also a marketer and also a director and everything you could think of. Welcome, Eko Blankson.
Delighted to be here. Thank you very much, Akwe.
So, how should we describe you? Veteran? Well, what's the meaning of veteran actor, if people go by that? No.
I think the word veteran means that you're an ace actor. You've been there, you know, for a long time, and therefore you're a known professional. You know, I think that's what it is.
So, how long have you been there? When did you start, if you can remember?
Well, I started I always say this, but sometimes it's just like a joke. You know, I started in my mother's womb. Don't mind me. But I actually started when I was in Adisadel College. You know, I've done literature through and through. You know, so I started doing theater. You know, and I realized my talent way back when I was in Adisadel. You know, from 1984 to 89 when I finished Form 5 to 91 and when I finished Sixth Form, I was still doing literature. So it was drama is part of literature, the forms of literature. So you get to do some of these things. So we're doing play acting and all of that.
And when did you go behind the camera? I mean, in front of the camera.
Oh, okay, yes. So that will be in I remember and let you know.
Okay, but the circumstances.
Yes,
which
before I went to the University of Ghana, the School of Performing Arts, I was acting on stage again at International Central Gospel Church.
Okay.
That led me to GBC, where we did the Thursday theaters.
Oh, so you were in the Thursday theater?
Yes. So I would say that is when I got in front of the camera.
Okay. And how was it like at that time? Was that your dream? Were you fulfilled? Did you feel that?
Of course. I mean, we all, again, I would say that when I went to the International Central Gospel Church and I joined Being Empowered then here, I met great guys that I've been seeing on TV. And I was like, whoa, these guys, I see these guys. I was like, and then I realized that, yeah, it's something I really wanted, really, really looked up to do. And so I saw these guys and I was like, okay, it's great to be to be here with some professionals. And of course, it led us, some of our stories were so great that we had to showcase it on the TV theater, and that worked for us.
And at that time, you were yet to go to the University of Ghana.
Yes, I was now going to go to the University of Ghana. So all that interest really moved me from studying law, which my father wanted me to do, you know, and really insisted. But I told him, no, this is not what I want to do. I really have a skill to do, or the talents, not a skill, the talent to do theater, and so I wanted to go to the School of Performing Arts. Yeah, I'd spent some time at the School of Performing Arts, you know, just going to find out what the big guys like Bill Riverson and all Martin Usus were doing, and I thought, yes, this is where I want to be.
And you featured in very prominent movies and very popular movies as well. And I remember you on even Sun City, which was a program that was running, and also some other programs. And currently, you are also featured on some DSTV productions. How different is it from then and now?
Well, the technical dynamics are not different. It is really with the person in terms of what you're doing as an actor and how far you have grown. And so the skill gets developed. You know, first of all, I always want to encourage people to really look at where their talents are and really build on these talents, because then it makes you a better person. That's something that I really had to do. You know, it will interest you to know that the first time I went to the School of Performing Arts, even though I had good grades, I failed the interview. I failed, and I sat home for 1 year. That was because I had butterflies, you know. It wasn't like I didn't have grades or I couldn't do it, but I wasn't prepared. And that's another thing. That's preparation. Get ready to make it happen for you. So the second time I went, now I think I overbashed it, I would say. I say these things every time I'm having to speak with people. And I think that the first failure is not an opportunity for you to quit, but to try it again.
So the different dynamics you're talking about, that's technical.
Yes.
Now let's come to experience. I know there are a lot of younger people in the industry, and we see a lot of them who are also directing movies and producing movies. You are still working with them. You worked with those of the old, and I mean the real veterans who have retired.
Exactly.
How different is it? Do you need to go to the School of Performing Arts to get to that level of I mean, quality.
So you're going to get me into trouble because I got into trouble once for saying this, and I think that it will be an opportunity to clear that. What I say is that, look, it is always important to learn on what you already think that you know, all right? It's important. So going to the School of Performing Arts is a very important thing. Going to NAFTI to learn filmmaking is a very, very important thing to do, you know. But however, there are people who are naturally talented, you know, and then they would say, look, I don't have to go to school to be a better actor or to be a better film director or cameraman or lightman or something. Most of the guys have learned on the job, and that's learning. You see what I mean? It's learning. It's not like you just got up and took the camera and then started shooting anything. That would be a novice, you know. So these are the differences of the trade or of the industry. So you need to really understand what you're doing, and before you're able to do this. It's a skill area. The acting itself is a skill area. You need to understand what to do in terms of movement and what not to say and how to modulate your voice, your tones, and all of that. It's a skill area. You've got to learn it. And so that's what I tell people who think that, oh, I can do it. Oh, I love to do it. Okay, yes, you love to do it. It's fine. But try and understudy somebody. I don't say go to school or anything, but understudy somebody. That's learning as well, and then you get better.
So understudying is also enough.
Yes,
for you to be an actor.
Yes, it is. It is great to understudy somebody. I am an actor. If I get somebody that says, "Look, I want to be an actor," yes, that's okay. Fine. I hold your hand. I teach you a few things. I don't just put you in front of a camera and say, "Do what you have to do." That will be, you know, leading you to fail. So understanding somebody and also learning, you know, the rudiments of the industry or the skill really helps.
Do you have a problem with Kumawood actors and actresses?
You see?
In the industry.
That's where I say I was trying to run away from that.
But they do a lot of understudying.
Yes,
and
that's
open.
exactly. So you see, I was misunderstood the last time I mentioned about Kumawood actors, because I was asked the question, and I was really misunderstood, and it worried me a bit. But the point is that these guys are really good talents. No two ways about it. We'll talk about the concert party team. We'll talk about these guys who do the tree itself. I mean, it's difficult. I've done English through. If I am a Fanti, if you want me to do a movie in Fanti, it will be difficult. These guys are better than I. You understand? And I think that they're great. They've got a skill set that needs to be developed. It needs to be done right. We need to really groom it well and make it big. Well, today, the industry in Kumasi or Kumawood is not as big as it used to be, or vibrant as it used to be. They're still doing it, but it's not as vibrant. Why? It's because we have not really taken time to groom these guys. And it was all like, let's go, let's do that kind of thing is what I was talking about. I'm saying, look, there are agencies. NAFTI is there. Nothing stopped NAFTI from taking Kumawood as a case study, you know, to develop that industry and help them to grow economically, you know, and everything. You understand? So that is where we have a problem. They are great guys. They can do it. They can advance what they are doing and make it really nice.
Are you going to reject a role when you are offered one by a Kumawood producer?
No way. No, I will do it. In fact, I think I have done one.
Okay.
Yes.
Which movie was that?
Well, it's not out yet. It's not out yet. But I've done something called Business. Yes.
And which language do you speak?
I spoke predominantly English.
Okay.
But I had to mix it with Fanti because of the kind of people. Yeah. Now, the business, I'm business, and I'm a drug lord, you know, who knows the real business in drug business. So I had to mingle with other people, you know, and stuff like that. So I use the local language, and I think it's nice to mix. Yeah. You know, it makes you dynamic.
Because they held the industry when the English speaking industry of, the English speaking part of the industry was not really forthcoming with movies. The Kumawood actors held the industry for a long time until recently that the entire industry seems to be collapsing or dying, if I may say that. How did you feel at the time when the English movie industry was not really performing? What was really the cause? Was it Nigeria? Because I see people blaming Nigeria for that.
Well, I wouldn't say that it collapsed. I think it was an issue with focus and also funds. So I would say that the Kumawood guys had the liberty to do things on a low budget and still have the story told out there. You know, it was difficult to do that with some of the English ones because then you needed to look at some different kinds of location and stuff like that. We'll come to that. And those are the challenges that the English people had. I mean, if you go to Nigeria right now, there's some big guy there who says, "Look, I have a house that I'm not using. Come use it." He'll feed you on top and give you money. You know why? Because he understands the business. He understands that this will help their culture. Is this Nigeria? Is this a house in Nigeria? You know, all these things really, really worked. I don't think that we're getting that.
You know, Bollywood, Nollywood, India, Nigeria, they all thrived on low-budget movies,
Yes.
pushed it so much that money came in and they started doing, high-budget quality movies. But with Ghana, there was rather a lot of criticism of the low-budget movie industry, which is Kumawood, I may say, in the past. And the criticism went... it affected that industry so much. Don't you think we are being too hard
I think
the Kumawood
yes,
access?
I think we're being too hard. And I'll give you my personal experience. I was going to the US to visit on a holiday, to visit my brother. My brother was like, "Hey, when you're coming, bring me some of your movies from Ghana." I was like, "Oh, okay, yeah." At that time, I just done Checkmate. You know, we finished Checkmate with Shirley and all that. And I said, "Oh, yeah, I just did one. It's so great." And so I'll bring you. No. Bring me Jacko. Bring me, that kind of thing. You know, that shows that even in the diaspora, where our guys are, they really looked up to these Kumawood guys. It was very important because it was an opportunity. After a hard day's work, you want to come back and laugh. You want to come back and enjoy it. The story is still being told, but in a different way. So we were actually being hard on them. Some of us really criticized. And I think that we were in the minority. The people, those of us who were really criticizing and saying that, "Oh, yeah, these guys should do the thing better," that kind of thing, immediately, and it was quite bad. We just needed to get involved in it and help them and see where they faltered or where they could have been. It could have been better.
So you call it a failure on your side?
I would say so. I would say so. And I'm not taking myself out of it because, of course, I'm a professional from the School of Performing Arts and everything. I call the directors of NAFTI, all of us. In fact, now that we have the NFA, this is the time to get into that industry because it's a form of filmmaking, which is good. It has to be done and done right, especially if we do our subtitling so well, we can sell it out. And so it is great. So it hurts me that we have moved from that area and we're doing other things. Indeed, the Kumawood guys, some of them are now doing English movies, and it's surprising.
We'll be talking about the financial aspects of the industry and also the future of the industry right after this break. This is a Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. We'll be right back. Welcome back from the break. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV, and our guest is Echo Blanksin, a veteran actor or ace actor, whichever way you want to call it.
Yeah.
We're talking about some of the things you used to do, and also the introduction of Kumawood, and also how they held the whole industry down for some time. And now we are seeing what we are seeing, which is less movies being produced. We have now a little focus on television series and all of that. But let's go a little way back when there was a transition from cassettes to CDs, and also from CDs now we went to pen drives. From pen drives now we have digital streaming and all of that.
Yeah.
And then and now, what is the difference in terms of payment of actors and actresses then and now? And during the transition, was it better during the cassette season, or was it better during the CD season? Did sales affect the pay that was given to actors and actresses?
Okay, so I would say that I may not be an authority in the producing side very much, but I can always mention Venus Productions, Salam. You know, he was big in Opera Square. You know, CDs really sold well, and I think that really gave them some good money. And obviously, once they got money, then they paid actors very well. I think that one of the reasons, I would say, I'm not too sure, but I believe that one of the reasons why Kumawood is not what it is today is because CDs have really gone out of the system, because they were selling a lot, you know. And in the trade, I mean, I've done marketing and stuff like that, so I see them. They're actually selling CDs in the trade on car backs with music and everything. And people were buying, you know. Unfortunately, we have had too many TV stations now, so it was difficult. And TV stations are not really buying the movies. They're not buying movies. What they will do with you is that bring your movie, we'll do better.
Okay.
I mean, what is that to the producer? You know, he wants the money. He spent used hard cash to get it done, and now you want to take it on butter. It's difficult for them. So I think that those are some of the things. So I think coming to the present stage that we are in now, we need funds. The industry needs funds to operate, and there's so many ways of getting these funds.
How do or would the funds come? Because a lot of people are calling on government. Can you fix the industry? Can you bring some funds and let's do A, B, C? And others also say, well, some funds have been given, but they see nothing. And now they blame associations. I know there's the Actors Guild. There's also the Ghana Academy of Film and Television Arts, which has so many guilds and associations.
Yes,
so
the
how,
ASOGs and all that.
Yeah. So how can they get the funds?
So again, maybe that would be for another platform that you want to have, and have people who have been rooting this for the national industry. Indeed, I think that you will need to speak with some people from the NFA, the National Film Authority. You need to speak with people from the Ghana Actors Guild. You need to speak with people from ASOG and all that. But I can tell you from an actor's point of view, and also from a marketer's point of view, that we have an industry, but we don't have a film economy. So we have a film industry, we have people who make up the film industry, but we lack in the place of film economy. Now, why do I say that? First of all, as a country, we need to understand what our films can do for us. And I will speak on authority of the fact that I have traveled wide and I know what content does. When I was working for TV3, I had the chance to go to MIPCOM and MIP TV, where content is displayed at a huge Cannes in France, you know, and they sell content. What am I talking about? Bollywood, you see Bollywood, you know, properly displayed. You see Nollywood, Hollywood, you know, and different Canada and all that, you know, preaching their culture through film. and all of that. What are we as Ghana doing? Today, look at Nigeria. Nigeria has beaten Bollywood. Bollywood was second in the world. It was Hollywood, then Bollywood, and then Nollywood. But now, Nollywood is second. You know? Well, if the facts have changed, I'm not aware. But as I know that Nollywood has beaten Bollywood.
It would be great to know the source of that information.
Yes, I mean, it says, I mean, I think that it's wide. If you Google it, you can find it. And that's the truth. The reason is that they understand and get funded or get help. Okay? So there's so many things, stages of funding, or the stages that you need money for to do a film. First of all, you need to get your script has to be paid for. Your locations will have to be paid for. Your equipment will have to be paid for. Your actors will have to be paid for. And your hotels or wherever, you know, your welfare has to be paid for and all of that. All right? Now, can't we understand that these things really go to drain our pockets and people can come in and support? And this is where I like the Nigerians. One, they are daring, and so they'll go for it. I'm not saying that we are not daring, but they go for it. They're able to go to a home and say, hey, you know what, this is your house, I'm using it for a film. And luckily, the owner might say, yes, use it. Give me credits, and that's it. Or they want to pay for, you know, that kind of thing. There's enthusiasm already. They see film as part of them. You know, it sells them. Does it sell us? Do we understand that we can sell our culture using film? Do we understand that we can let people know, communicate our agenda and everything in this country through film?
So whose doorstep does this call goes to? Is it the producer?
Well, that is the discussion you probably want to have later with the NFA. Okay, because there's an act. There's a Film Act 935 that has been passed, but obviously they have an LI and all that has to be added to it. I would not speak to that, lest I make mistakes and get my head chopped off. But the issue is that there is so much opportunity that we have to grab from this industry. If the country knows, if the tourism sector knows that we can actually use film to develop Chalewote, festivals, other things that we are doing, they should be able to get involved. Now, there's so many TV stations now. The NCA has given licenses for TV stations and everything, and I worked in the TV station and stuff like that, so I understand what I'm talking about. We don't buy films, or we didn't buy films, but we wanted that content. So what stops us as a country to say, you know what, guys, I want to invest in projects. I want to invest in some content, film, okay, TV series or short films or whatever, time with Nafti and things like that. You know, invest that money and say, I would own the film. Maybe 70% and 30% goes to you so that you can use as your content and also sell to advertisers. After a time, government takes the 70%, goes to a place like France, Cannes, where there's MIPCOM and MIP TV to set up a stage to sell these movies that they have done.
And I hope they are listening, and then at least we could take a step. However, let's talk about the welfare of actors and actresses.
Okay.
Welfare, when we were working or filming with Thursday Theatre, do you remember how much you were paid? That's if you were paid.
I don't remember.
You don't, but were you
I don't
paid?
think no. We're not really paid. It was an opportunity to put our group there.
Okay.
those times with Mama Oye and all that. I think that there was some, definitely the TV station was paying, but I don't remember we even asking, because for us it was an opportunity.
But when was the first time you were paid for a movie?
Well, that will be a long time. I'll call it about, say, 20 or 22 years ago. I was paid for adverts.
Okay, not movies.
Yes, first I was paid for adverts, and I was shocked. At that time, I was a student. I was shocked. I would call that money 2,000 now.
Okay,
as a student.
Around 2,000 cedis, the value?
Yes, around 2,000 cedis, the value, yes. And that was a key soap advert.
Key soap?
Yes.
You were on key soap advert?
Yes. And I was really shocked. I was like, ooh. I mean, I didn't understand. You see, and that's another thing, understanding the industry and understanding what you're worth is another thing that we need to really look at. All right. So then on, I normally have a problem with negotiations with film, you know, and so I really work with people that I can trust, you know, so that if I know that you are not a cheat, then I can do your.
So you were selective about the producers you work with.
I was very selective. I was almost given a name that I call when you go and call him Onye. You know, that he won't do.
And that was because of the payments.
Because I didn't want to come to that discussion where I say add a little, add this. I didn't want that, you know. And I think that that should be something that we need to regulate in our industry. HR. If you leave school, there's a minimum that they give to you when you have left, say, you've done your first degree and you come to industry to work, right? Yeah. And then when you grow, then your salary keeps increasing, and there's a range. Why are we not doing that? Our industry is also a professional industry, it's a skill area. Why is it that we do not have that range of salaries that is given to, say, somebody who has been in the industry for more than 23 years, 25 years, myself? How much are you supposed to pay me if I am even featuring in a 1 minute of your film? Because my face would be a selling tool for you. So why are we not doing that? And those are things that I'm talking about that needs, that's the economy that I'm talking about. Then it would lift our business up.
So does that mean all the movies you shot, you were paid?
Yes.
All the movies?
Yes.
And the series as well?
Yes.
Like Sun City?
Yes,
you were paid for
yes,
that?
yes,
Okay.
yes.
And you were paid right?
Some of them you would do on gratis.
Okay.
Because you want to help an upcoming person, you know, and say, hey, you know what, let me help you do this. Because he comes to you and says, I want to come up, I don't have the money. And you can see genuinely that he hasn't got the money. And even if you had money, you would have supported this person. And so I think that this is something that we do sometimes. But we make sure that at least there's value in what you're doing and you're helping somebody.
This is a very popular question that comes up on other interviews where they ask, what have you ever used your movie money to buy? What's the biggest thing you've bought? Did you buy a house with one movie's payment, salary? Did you buy a car? What has the movie money ever bought for you, which is really huge?
Unfortunately, it's a hand-to-mouth salary. It is not. It is not something to. It's not anything to write home about, really. And so I believe that the kinds of things that I have done here. By the way, I've done some Netflix and BBC movies as well, done some Nollywood's movies and stuff like that.
We'll come to the difference between those industries and ours. Yeah.
But if I was doing a Hollywood, I'm sure that the kind of attention and detail that I attach to filming here, a kind of characterization, I spend time to read scripts, to develop, to ask questions, visit. Sometimes you want to play a madman, and you go and take your time and look at a real madman and you know, watch the way they do things. You know, those things, if you were doing that outside, then you can say that yes, you can buy a house, you can buy a car, you can get married. But really, I would say that the monies that we have made, or I have made, I don't know about others, but I have made, has been hand to mouth.
So you've never bought a car out of the movie?
No,
you didn't use that to marry?
My cars that I bought are from corporate, you know, salaries and stuff like that. Yes.
So movie salary has never bought you a house, a car? You couldn't use that to even start a project?
No, it has not. Because the point is that it's even spoiled, you know, before it comes, it's gone. And you sometimes even use it for fuel.
Netflix and BBC and all of that, was their payment structure the same? Was it way better? Was it different?
Way better. Contracts were signed ahead of time. The Netflix one that I did, New Earth Rising, you had to go to, I mean, every actor, no matter the stage of, you know, role that you're playing, whether it's minor, major, that you had your room, was a tent, all right, but it was well done, with a sofa, with AC, where you relax, they relax you, they take care of you, and make sure that once you're done, I mean, they give you your periodic, they give you a schedule and periodic. Yes, we do all of that here.
We'll come to the details of that right after this break. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. We'll be right back. Welcome back from the break. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ismail Akwe, and I'm here with actor Eko Blankson. So you are taking us through some very interesting stories about acting and also the salary bit of it. And you are giving us a difference between the Netflix production and that of the local. And in the Netflix production, you said you even have a tent for yourself.
Oh, yes,
and
yes.
so many other things. Give us the juicy part of it.
It was so interesting. It was so new, you know, and I was like, oh, okay. I mean, we've done the Sean Devereaux story in the past, and you see their setup is really different and really classy, even though they have come to a low budget area. I mean, less the labor and all that, the actors, you know, they come to a low budget thing, they take advantage of that, you know. But at least they treat you well. And then so whatever you get, say if you're getting a 3,000 CDs for a movie that has about 100 scenes, you know, here, you know, with the Netflix, you could get something like 8,000.
Do people get 3,000 CDs for a 100-scene movie?
Less.
Less than 3,000 CDs?
Yes, less.
For 100 scenes?
Yes, less.
And the 100 scenes can be shot in how long?
Well, it depends. It can be shot sometimes in 14 days, sometimes in, yeah. Maybe.
How is the pricing done? Is it based on scenes? Are you paid based on scenes?
Well, right now, with DSTV coming in, and thanks to them for at least making us relevant, you know, we're paid per episode.
Per episode?
Per episode,
okay.
Yes. We're paid per episode.
Whether you appear once or not,
yes,
in one scene or
just,
not?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so it depends on the scenes that you're shooting within the episode.
And with the Netflix production, how was the payment done? Is it for the whole movie?
Yes, for the whole movie. It's negotiated there, so you have this number of scenes that you have to shoot. And I remember it was just, how many scenes did I shoot? I think was very intense. I think it wouldn't be more than 8 scenes.
8 scenes. And how long did it take to shoot the 8 scenes?
I did it in a day.
In a day?
Yes.
Okay.
1 day.
And what's the range of payments?
Well,
were you paid before or after? After the movie.
After.
Okay.
They went through an agency, and I believe that if they had come straight to us, it would have been different. So the agency already took their commission. I do not know. I don't want to get into that.
What was the range? Was it
the range was between 5,000 and 8,000. 5,000
and 8,000. Okay. And do you think that was okay? That's standard for 8 scenes?
Yeah, but if I go and do 100 scenes and I'm paid 3,000, 2,000. You know, sometimes 1,500, and then you can come in here and get 8,000, 10,000. It looks good.
Well, your case will be different from a lot of actors and actresses who don't have any side jobs they're doing. I don't know which one is your side job, whether it's the acting that's the side or your main job that's the side. But you have worked in the media, you have worked in the corporate world.
Yes.
You've done so many things in there. Was that a choice? Was it because of the payments, the low payments in the industry?
Well, I say thanks to the School of Performing Arts because it made me whole. So obviously I went to the school and learned drama and theater arts and, you know, majored in directing and everything, but it made me whole. It put me in different areas. So when I realized that, look, this industry was not consistent with how much we were getting paid or what salaries we were getting, or, you know, for films, I decided that, well, let me put my skill from the school to use, and therefore I went into marketing, event management and sponsorship management and all of that, and all of those things you actually get from the School of Performing Arts. If you do your participations right, you learn all these things, you know. So I think that it's really was a choice. I had to take that route because the passion was big, great to do filming, but if it was paying and it was consistent, then I would have stayed in it through and through. So it has become a side business now.
So that's a side business,
Yes.
and not the movie?
No.
Oh,
Well, no, I mean...
the movie is rather a side
yes,
business.
It's a side business.
So would you advise others to also get other jobs doing while
Yes,
they are acting?
I think that it is important that we understand what we are doing. Understand first your own family, your responsibilities and all of that. You cannot keep up sitting and waiting for an industry that's still trying to make it. If there's another way of getting money, I'd advise you to try and do it. It really takes away the focus sometimes, but it's also important for you to live. It's essential that you must live. Essential that you must take care of your family or your needs, you understand. So if there's something that is giving you some gains, it's important that you do that. I do not say that the movie industry in Ghana will not lift or will not plateau, will not get to an apogee. It will. I believe so from my heart that it will. When that happens, some of us with our passion and creativity will definitely follow it.
Unfortunately, Sam Ajetefio Titi can't say the same. Kosher can't say the same. And we have others who are struggling, like William, yes,
Grace Note,
and all the others. Are you a member of any movie association?
Yes, I am
Which
a member
one?
of the Ghana Actors Guild. So that's the association.
Yeah. What do you get from the Ghana Actors Guild? Do they help you negotiate your deals in terms of
Again,
movies
I would say
today?
that is something that is in the pipeline.
Okay.
I think there's we were redrafting our constitutions and all of that, where I think they're insisting, because I am not part of the executive body that are doing that, but they're insisting that if international movies are coming in or international producers are coming in, they should use the Actors Guild. And I think that it is in the right direction. The things that I've been talking about, once it goes through these things, like remuneration, the HR bit, what are the stages of actors, who are they, what are they worth, then cheating will not come in, and people will not feel disgruntled.
And now social security.
Exactly. You see, you don't have social security. What are the taxes? Then we can also even pay taxes. We should be, it's regulated well that we can pay taxes to the government from whatever we are.
Currently, actors are not paying taxes.
I don't know.
They don't deserve any.
I don't know. I don't know how to even go about it, because at the end of the day, when I collect the money, it's going to some fuel or something, getting me back home.
So if you don't pay state any money, and then you go on retirement, that's if there's any retirement for you.
That's it. There's nothing for you. There's nothing for you.
And you have to beg the association.
Yes.
And you see Ghanaians complaining and blaming associations for not supporting. It means the association has a major role to play. In curtailing the future, or taking care of the future of the actors and actresses.
Indeed, and I think that they're trying. From the things that I've heard, I mean, they're trying to push the NFA to pass the LIs to make sure that we can actually have the acts running and doing. And then these constitutions that I'm talking about, you know, the people would have to go through contracts. You know, you have to sign contracts and stuff like that. And one of the things that will be in the contract is to pay my social security, you know, in the contracts. And then, or the tax that you have, the tax component. And I have to make sure that you have actually paid my tax out of the money that you're giving to me. These are things that we have to do. And I'm in business and I know governance. So I understand that these things ought to be done well. But they have to be done rightly. They have to be done when you know that the structures are right. And we are actually giving to our people. Look at Sam Abiqui, my brother. I mean, look at the embarrassment, you know, that came with him at the end of the day. But the guy was being real. He didn't have it. You understand? He didn't have it. I mean, this is a guy who was really entertained as and everything. Can you equate your stress level with it being moved away with Abiqui just making you laugh? Can you equate it? You could have died out of that stress. He might have saved you. You understand? Things like that. At least we should pay for that. I'm not saying that government come to give Abiqui money or give me money or anything. No. All I'm saying is that get structures in place. Make sure that things are working. Invest in what we are doing. You know, even if you have to even own it partly, let us know that, okay, I'm investing this, I'm owning this way, that kind of thing, so that you pay these guys who are aiding us to do this thing right. And people will be happy. I'm sure we can buy a house and we can live right. We don't have to buy a taxi for our sons.
So do you foresee another golden era for the Ghana movie industry? And when do you think that could come up?
Well, I see that coming very soon. I see that coming very soon. The people at the NFA understand what they are doing, and so there's also the classification boards and everything. We've got great stories to tell. And today, if you go to your grandmother and go and ask for one story, you would see that she can give you 10 various stories that you can actually put together. You know, so we've got great stories that we have to tell. My grandmother, who died 115 years, could tell you about Nkrumah as if, you know, she was sitting with you. These are things that we really lack. We need to get to that point. I believe that we would hit it. We would hit it. We would, yeah. I believe that the structures will be right, and then we'll get there. I believe in it.
Would you encourage your son who wants to quit, let's say, another profession, to go into movies? Would you advise him to go into it?
Yeah, I did it. I did it. I told my father, look, I want to go into theater arts. I want to go into the arts. I want to do filming. I want to do acting and all that. Indeed, it was not filming then at the time. It was just theater that I really enjoyed. But then I moved into branch into film, which is great. And so I did it. And I believe that if it is a passion for whoever, my son, I believe that he will be able to excel in it. He may not be here in this country. I mean, I went to the New York Film Academy. After the first week I left, I had to come back home. Probably, if I had stayed in America in the New York Film Academy, probably will be doing great.
Well, here you are talking about outside the country.
Yes.
I mean inside. If your
Inside.
son wants to do
It's
or pursue acting in Ghana,
he can do
is
it.
this advice
I will
that he
advise.
does, despite the financial issues and all the other issues that come with
I will
it?
advise on the basis of passion, or advise on the basis of interests, and whatever you put your heart to, I think, and you're consistent with it, you can make some money out of it. Who knows? He, my son, will be one of the architects of change.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ekoblankson. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ismail Akwe. Watch us every Monday on all of GhanaWeb's digital channels and on GhanaWeb TV. Be safe.
In Ghana and in Accra, as a matter of fact, the issue of land litigation is quite prevailing. Today we are at Accra Tesano, where a family is worried about their property being taken over by a developer. We speak to the family head to get an insight of the whole situation. So welcome to Say It Loud.
Well, I'm not actually the family head. I'm one of the sons. We've lived here for over 60 years. My dad owned all this property and the property here, and in his will, he divided it among his children. This happens to be part of what was given to me in his will. Next thing I know, a developer comes and he decides that he's bought it from some chief who doesn't even have jurisdiction here, but he has the equipment and he has the wherewithal, and he's protected by the police and local authorities, and he's taken over everything. He's refusing to wait for us to go to the courts and have things resolved. We've served the bailiff to come over and figure out what's going on, but he's not willing to wait and let the courts decide. I guess his game is to try to develop everything before we can go to court. Within 2 days, this is the amount of work he's done. This whole place was farmland where we had subsistence farming, and over that side was leased to mechanics. He's driven them all off, he's destroyed all the farm stuff, and he's decided within 2 days he's building his footing and everything over the property.
You said you have documents covering...
We have the documents dating 1959. Before this man moved here, maybe about 4 or 5 years ago. And he's not even as old as when we got the indenture. Yeah.
You actually mentioned this man. Who is the person that you're talking about here?
His name is Richard Halmado. I'm not quite sure how you spell the last name.
And who is he beyond his name? What else?
Based on what my research shows, he owes KNet. He's supposed to be have a contract with the country, with the government, and he's supposed to be doing some, I guess, from analog to digital. He's a government. He's got a contract with the government. He's into IT, and I guess he's got deep pockets, so he can take over and bully anybody he wants.
So that's what you feel. You feel like you are being bullied.
Yes, of course. He's got the resources and he's got the equipment. They're parked right in his yard, and he bullies everybody and takes whatever he wants. And we see the law enforcement is not reasonable. They seem to have been bought, because instead of them being neutral, they seem to be backing him.
You said all of this happened within 2 days. Walk us through what has actually happened within the last 2 days?
Within the last 2 days, he's demolished and destroyed all the fruit trees. He's moved all the mechanics who were back there. He's dug up a footing for his, he's destroyed my wall that encompasses the area, and he's now putting in a footing to put his own wall. He doesn't want to wait for the courts to decide. He's making a unilateral decision of taking whatever he believes is his.
Today is Thursday, and 2 days will be like
Tuesday.
Tuesday.
Yes.
When you woke up on Tuesday, what happened?
We woke up early in the morning. It starts about 5 o'clock, and he starts the work. He's got the equipment right in his yard next door, and they start demolishing and everything. Within 2 days, this is the amount of destruction that has taken place.
You have tenants living on the land. You mentioned mechanics and
yes.
all that.
Yes.
Probably.
And he brought the Tesano police to protect his thievery of the land.
That's how you describe it. He brought the police, means he understands that there is some sort of law that is supposed to guide what he's doing. What did he tell the tenants? Did he bring any document to prove legitimacy to what he's...
No, we went to the police station and we spoke to the regional commander. He said he was going to resolve and see what was going to happen. He advised us to stay away for at least 2 days while we resolve issues. But apparently it didn't matter, because right after we left the commander, it didn't matter what he said. These guys came back and started back demolishing and building. With the Tesano Police Department. My sister was coming to the house this morning, and the police had a squad car with police with guns drawn out, and they traumatized her, asked to see her phone to make sure she wasn't videotaping anything, and pulled up and looked through the phone. They're just intimidating and bullying us around.
All right, so yeah, this is Say Loud on GhanaWeb TV. My name is George Isi. We've been speaking to a family member here at Tesano. They say that their land or property is being taken over unduly by a developer. They've named him as Mr. Richard Romado, the owner and CEO of KNet Ghana. We'll be right back, and when we come back, we will speak to the family member more about how this is affecting the family and what they are trying to do legally to ensure that they get redress. Welcome back. This is Still Say Loud on GhanaWeb TV with me, George AC, and as informed earlier, we informed you earlier, we're at Tesano, where we are speaking to a family who says their land is unduly being possessed by a developer. We have joining us now the family head. Auntie, your name?
My name is Vivian Tamakle. Okay, this is our father's property, and he left it to the children, the siblings. He divided it for the children. We woke up on Tuesday morning, and then this man, our next door neighbor, Richard, the last name is a big name, I can't even pronounce it. They just started felling the trees on it and digging up the whole place.
Your brother informs us that he claims to have bought the land from some chiefs. Who are these chiefs he's referring to? The
man said he bought it from the Asre lands too. That's where he said he got the man who sold the land to this Richard guy said he got it from Asre lands too.
So with all this happening, what is the family doing to seek redress?
We've gone to court, and we've obtained injunction. The bailiff is on his way to this place to serve the man that injunction.
Your brother believes that he's not going to comply with the court's order.
We know he won't comply with it. Why? Because the police, you'll see the police van. The police van will stand here with the lights on and then watch them do it. And we are so helpless, we can't do anything.
Your brother thinks that you are being bullied.
We are, because this is our property. My father obtained it, I think, back in 1959. It's been in the family.
But have you tried to engage Mr. Olomado?
What are we going to say to him?
We pay property taxes on this land.
What do you think we should say to him? We've been on this land for well over 60 years, and we haven't had any interruptions. So what should we say to somebody like that, who forcefully takes something that doesn't belong to him?
So beyond the
court. That's all we have to do. I think we can do for now.
Yes.
Let's go through the courts.
And if you have something to say right now to probably Mr. Olomado or the authorities, the court or whoever, what will be your...
I hope the courts will be fair in this case, because we've been on this land over 60 years without any interruptions, and then somebody comes overnight to destroy everything on it.
Okay.
I think when there's an issue and two people dispute something, they should wait for the courts to decide who the rightful owner is. It looks like whoever has the resources in this country can just take the lead, destroy anything, and before the long process of the court takes place, he would have had as much possession on the land as he can. The system itself is flawed.
So for the Tamaklo family here in Tesano, their land, which has been in their possession for over 60 years, is unduly being taken over by a developer. They hope that the state and the laws of this country will come to their aid. For GhanaWeb TV, George AEC. Until we meet for our next episode of Say It Loud, it's bye.
Let me just advise that this is a very important statement. For such statements of global nature, which allows for us all to work towards achieving a certain conclusive evidence, which will help advance the cause of the nation, I will advise Mr. Minister that he should sometimes discuss or let his ranking member be aware and his chairman be aware, so we are not taken by surprise, to increase the quality of contribution. Mr. Speaker, we all know that climate change takes effect because of shifts in temperature and weather conditions. And these things occur because of human activity and sometimes out of natural causes. But in Ghana, we are seeing the effects occur because of increases of activities that are imposed on us by others. Because of increases in burning of carbon in Europe and in America, there is a total effect which we have not contributed much. But we are happy because we gain what is called the carbon credit as a result of what is happening. And what we gain is transformed into activities that are going to help us fight the climate change. Mr. Speaker, in Ghana, because of the changes that are occurring, there's increases in temperature, and it is expected that by 2090, temperatures will increase from 1.5 to 5.2 degrees. And again, by the same time, the sea levels are going to increase up to 3.5 centimeters. And these are dangerous times for us. And above all that, it's going to have a direct effect on our agriculture. So it is important that the minister comes out to notify us and to be able to glean a national policy approach so that we can work towards it across political divide. In the end, it is about the nation and how we can work towards fostering policies that will attempt to reduce the impact of the climate change activities in this country. Mr. Speaker, I believe that we all have a role to play as members of parliament and as all workers at every level of our endeavors, whether we are in the farming industry, agriculture industry, whether we are in the manufacturing industry, and everywhere where carbon is generated, we would need to look at the national policy and work towards achieving the minimum destructive activity in the environment. The Speaker, I will urge the Minister, as Honorable Ayerga has said, to bring out a policy approach to us that is going to be of a long-term effect, which can be patronized across board. Maybe we've not had that for a very long time. It may be important for us to have one that is going to tackle our approach to agriculture, our approach to manufacture, our approach to burning gases by our vehicles, and etc., etc. And in the end, will help us be able to, attempt to stop the effect, the damning effect of climate change. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I want to thank you for the opportunity.
Leadership now. Yes, Honorable Majority.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to also contribute to the statement ably made by the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. The Speaker, the matter of the Ghana Carbon Credit Exchange Platform has been occasioned because of climate change. Mr. Speaker, we ourselves must also own in Ghana that we are contributing to climate change. We keep referring to what is happening elsewhere, which is filtering to Ghana. But we ourselves must own up. Mr. Speaker, the other day the minister came here and related to what effort he has started in greening Ghana. It's part of resolving this situation. Mr. Speaker, we keep telling ourselves that at the turn of the 20th century, the forest cover of this country was about 8.5 million hectares. Today, reduced to less than 600,000 hectares. The minister has started in earnest the number of trees that were cultivated last year and this year. And Mr. Speaker, when I engaged him privately, I was telling him that perhaps we should be doing this at least twice a year. Because given the trees that we have lost, over 800 million that we have lost. If we are planting about 4 or 5 million a year, how long is it going to take us to get back to the status quo? We're talking about 50 billion, 50 years plus, by which time the grandchildren of the minister would have taken over from him, even though he is a young minister. Mr. Speaker, we are here. We are here in Ghana. And the northern portion of our country is much rainier than the southern portion of Burkina Faso. We travel by road, cross the border at Paga, go by road to Ouagadougou. You see what they've done. Every stream or river that the road traverses is dammed on one side or the other of the road. And they use the impounded water to irrigate the lands. Plant trees, and cultivate cash crops, Mr. Speaker. But from Kintampo through Tamale to Bolga and to Navrongo, we are contributing in a very profound way to desertification of our land. As I said, it's greener in the southern portion of Burkina Faso than the northern portion of Ghana. And indeed, when you cross Paga, just about 5 kilometers into Burkina Faso, there's a forest reserve. We don't have one. We don't have one. And there, brother, the few trees that we have, Mr. Speaker, we are cutting them down and harvesting them and turning them into charcoal. The Burkinabés travel down south to Ghana to buy charcoal and go to Burkina Faso. Send them to Burkina Faso because there they are not allowed to burn the wood and turn them into charcoal. That is the kind of wound that we are inflicting on ourselves. And we turn around and behave as if the fault is in our stars. It's in ourselves. Mr. Speaker, up north, we see what happens. Ritualistically, every year, there's bush burning, wild bushfires, to deplete the few trees that we have up north. And we want to make the effort to plant the trees again. I will not control the bushfires. I keep referring to Flight Reverend Rawlings when he first came, PNDC. On 2 occasions, driving up north, he had to stop and chase people who had set the grasslands by the fringes of the road alight. He chased them, head of state. Mr. Speaker, the effort died after 2-3 years of attempt. And now we're back to square one. Uncontrolled transhumance. We allow cattle to graze everywhere. People cultivate. We are not able to control them. Mr. Speaker, land use. Down south, today, we have chiefs who, when they get to realize that land has become hot cake in their backyards, you wake up, they're going to destroy crop lands and then parcel them out for development and for construction of houses. Mr. Speaker, that is what we are doing to ourselves. Impoverishing the people all the more. Because when they sell the lands, they don't even give anything to the people who were farming those parcels of land. Mr. Speaker, beyond everything, we should also look at reforming our agricultural practices. Because we're still engaging in this prehistoric practice of land rotation, and every year we engage in slash and burn, depleting the lands all the more. Mr. Speaker, above everything, the minister should be encouraged to intensify education. He's made a statement here. If he doesn't continue propagating this nationwide, the Speaker, the people will not hear. And the Honorable, his own brother, Abiqui, John Ginapo, is here. When he goes to his constituency, he will not tell them to stop the ritualistic bushfires. Mr. Speaker, he says that when he comes to power, he's not even saying if he comes to power. The operative word should be if you ever come to power. So, Mr. Speaker, they are conjoined twins. Head, they lose, tail, they lose. Head, they win, tail, they win. So you can say that when I come back to power. You should stay there for a longer while and perish in purgatory, at least not hell, but purgatory. Enjoy life in purgatory. Mr. Speaker, so I was saying the minister should intensify his education nationwide, and he has regional directors in all the regions. He should use the platforms that they occupy to sustain this campaign for a while, in order that our people understand and appreciate where we are. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
That brings us to the end of statement time. At the commencement of public business, the Tax Exemption Bill 2020. Tax Exemption Bill 2022 at the consideration stage.
Mr. Speaker, if you will be pleased, may we proceed to page 5, item 9, motion. Yeah, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, if you will be pleased, we have agreed to clear this motion so that we proceed to do the exemptions. Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, is the application granted?
Yes, available leader.
He says I should go ahead, Mr. Speaker. He's not opposed.
I want to hear him. Available leader, let the record reflect that you.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, thank you. My honorable brother can go ahead. Thanks.
Very well. Item 9, motion by the chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Chairman, you may move your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that this Honorable House adopts the report of the Committee on Defense and Interior on a fact-finding directive on the police shooting incident at the Islamic Senior High School in Kumasi, Ashanti region on February 17, June 2022. Mr. Speaker, I crave your indulgence to ask that the Hansa captured the report as fully read whilst I read the conclusion. The committee, after a thorough deliberation, concludes that the students' population in the Islamic Senior High School, Kumasi, is so high that amenities and existing infrastructure are not commensurate with the student population, with only 7 resident teachers managing about 3,000 boarding students, creates a huge disparity which made it difficult to maintain order on campus. The committee hereby recommends that the Ministry of Education provide the school with more basic amenities such as classrooms, big auditorium, dormitories, residential facilities for teachers, well-equipped laboratories, among others, to address the challenge the high student population in the school has brought. The committee again concludes that the uproar by students of the Islamic Senior High School was necessitated by lack of appropriate road traffic infrastructure and speed control for easy crossing by pedestrians and students. Mr. Speaker, the committee requests the Ministry of Roads and Highways, as a matter of urgency, provide pedestrian crossing and speed ramps to ensure safe usage of the road by both motorists and pedestrians. The committee again requests that the Regional Director of the Department of Urban Roads in the Ashanti region should be sanctioned for failing to provide pedestrian crossing and speed ramps on the stretch of the road, although several letters had been written to his outfit in that regard. The committee furthermore concludes that the Ghana Police Service lacks the appropriate logistics to enable the service respond promptly to challenges of the crowd control and the ability of the service to avoid conflict of interest on its part in conducting fair investigations. The committee therefore recommends that Parliament should set up a bipartisan committee to further investigation the matter to the latter. The Minister of Finance and Economic Planning is also requested to release the approved budget to the Minister of Interior for the procurement of necessary tools and logistics for effective law enforcement. The committee, having satisfied itself, recommends that the House adopt the committee's report. Respectfully submitted. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Ranking Member.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. I hereby second the motion ably moved by the chairman of our committee, and I've heard people say he delivered a presidential speech. Mr. Speaker, a statement was made in this House some time ago by the Minority Chief Whip on the shooting incident which occurred at the Kumasi Islamic Senior High School on the 13th of June 2022. Mr. Speaker, after the statement had been made, the chair instructed that the Committee for Defense and Interior makes a fact-finding trip to Kumasi and establish the bare facts of what had happened, empathize with the victims of the shooting incident or the disturbances at the Islamic Senior High School, and report back to this august House. Mr. Speaker, from the onset, I wish to make it clear that the scope of authority of the committee was not properly delineated, and so we had challenges. We did not, as a matter of fact, appreciate what the scope of authority of a committee is when you are on a fact-finding mission versus the scope of authority of a select committee when you are charged with the responsibility to investigate a matter such as the shooting incident which occurred in Kumasi. And so, left in those doubts, we on our own decided that we were not going to intrude into the aspects which actually entail proper investigations, because, Mr. Speaker, as we were all made to understand, the police on their own had commenced some form of investigation, which investigations resulted in the interdiction of 3 senior officers of the Kumasi Regional Police Command. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, the Regional Directorate of Education in the Ashanti region had also instituted a probe into the circumstances that led to the disturbances in Kumasi. And so these were the constraints within which the committee worked. That notwithstanding, Mr. Speaker, we have before you this report, and I'd like to touch on aspects of the report for the consideration of the House. Mr. Speaker, first of all, the facts that resulted in the disturbances at the Kumasi Senior High School are simply that over a period of time, the school recorded quite a number of accidents involving students, pedestrians, and members of staff at the frontage of the school due to the lack of speed ramps and the recklessness with which motorists plied the highway in front of the school. And so, Mr. Speaker, on one occasion, the students, the rumor made the rounds that a female tutor of the school had been knocked down by a vehicle right in front of the school and unfortunately lost her life. That was the rumor that made the rounds and actually became the straw that broke the camel's back. So the students, dissatisfied with what they had heard, then decided to pour out onto the streets. They marched all the way from the school to the Abiqui junction and started demonstrating. In the course of the demonstration, the police intervened. And this was what resulted in the shooting incident at the Kumasi Islamic Senior High School. Mr. Speaker, the committee, as part of its fact-finding mission, engaged with all the stakeholders who mattered. And so the school authorities were engaged, the student body was engaged, the regional director of education was engaged. The Inspector General of Police and some members of the Police Management Board were equally engaged. And so, Mr. Speaker, this report captures all the interactions we had with the police. We made quite a number of observations. And one of our observations, Mr. Speaker, was that, and I'll refer the committee to page 12 of the report. We made the observation, Mr. Speaker, that the police, in making their intervention, Mr. Speaker, acted quite unprofessionally, given the fact that at the time of the intervention, the students had actually retreated from the Abiqui junction back to campus. And Mr. Speaker, this is a school which is completely fenced. And so, before they arrived, the tutors managed to persuade the students to retreat back to campus. But of course, we would understand, because, Mr. Speaker, some police officers were equally injured in the process, and their complaint was that they had been pelted with stones by some of the students who decided to embark upon that demonstration. And so maybe they would have been enraged by the fact that as law enforcement officers, they were pelted with stones. So they decided then to pursue the students into the campus after the tutors had managed to persuade them to retreat. And so, Mr. Speaker, having retreated, and given the fact that the police pursued them onto campus, out of fear there was a stampede. The stampede then resulted, Mr. Speaker, in a lot of injury. Oh, Mr. Speaker, somebody is speaking across the aisle. You should respect the chair. Mr. Speaker, so there was some unprofessional conduct. But the unprofessional conduct may have been provoked by the fact that the police were pelted with stones. But that is not an excuse. Mr. Speaker, we expect that police officers who are trained, even in the face of provocation, would act professionally. That was one observation the committee made. Mr. Speaker, the committee also found that the police had challenges with crowd control equipment. And when we met with the Inspector General of Police, the lack of logistics constraints was a matter that came to the fore. And so because they did not have appropriate crowd control gear, Mr. Speaker, they were forced to use live ammunition. The police actually fired live ammunition. Mr. Speaker, the committee retrieved some of the spent ammunition. We have exhibited or annexed to the report pictures of some of the live ammunition, AK-47 ammunition, Mr. Speaker. These are some of the ammunition we retrieved from the school authorities. Some spent. This one is spent. It means it had been fired. These two are not spent. They are live AK-47 ammunition, Mr. Speaker. Now, why would the police use live ammunition when they were simply just trying to control crowds made up of very young students. Reason could be that because they lacked appropriate crowd control gear and because they were also pelted with stones, they felt that there was the need to use whatever they had within their possession. And in this case, the only, Mr. Speaker, equipment they had was their AK-47s, pepper spray, tear gas canisters, and they used these things. We're lucky that, Mr. Speaker, the live ammunition did not directly hit any of the students in the process. If that had happened, Mr. Speaker, the story would have been different. But in the course of the fact-finding, Mr. Speaker, one student was actually hit with a rubber bullet, and he sustained injury in the head. And so the issue of the lack of appropriate crowd control gear for our police service is something that needs to be tackled very, 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 very seriously. We also looked at other critical issues, Mr. Speaker, such as the severity of injuries sustained. In all, Mr. Speaker, 38 students sustained various degrees of injury. And the degrees of injury, Mr. Speaker, I am not a medical doctor, but we were fortunate. We had a medical doctor in our midst, my deputy ranking. I think when she takes a turn to speak, she would be able to make a proper assessment of the degrees of injury the 38 students sustained as a result of the police intervention on campus. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, we also visited 7 police officers who also sustained some degree of injury. And so we need to be very fair in how we deliberate upon the issues that arose. And so, Mr. Speaker, in order not to consume all the time, I think the committee made some conclusions, and I would like to touch on just one of them so that others can have the opportunity to also speak. Mr. Speaker, one of our conclusions was that the scope of authority given to the committee was not very appropriate in the circumstances. We ought to have been directed to properly investigate the circumstances that led to the shooting incident at the Kumasi Islamic Senior High School. The police, Mr. Speaker, been fingered in this matter for using in controlling crowds made up of very young students, and so investigate themselves, Mr. Speaker. The end result could be that the investigation would be skewed in a manner that is undesirable. So this committee would have wished that we were asked to investigate the matter, come out with a report, and not to be directed to embark upon a fact-finding mission. But, Mr. Speaker, in the long term, I have advocated strenuously for us as a country, and this is a matter for policy, to establish an independent police complaints commission. Because the police, as an internal security organization, is bound to, Mr. Speaker, be involved in issues of crowd control, the use of excessive force, etc. When these things happen, Mr. Speaker, we shouldn't even overburden ourselves as a house to be called upon every now and then to investigate issues of police excesses and so on. There should be a commission in place so that when these things happen, we simply refer to the commission. In some other jurisdictions like South Africa, Mr. Speaker, though a commission like that is in place, Zambia, the United Kingdom, these days, that is the trend. And so maybe we should take a cue as a country. Mr. Speaker, to conclude, whilst the committee was busy writing this report, a similar incident happened at Ideal College. And Mr. Speaker, this time around, a certain individual who calls himself Jato led a gang of police officers, and I use the word gang advisedly, They stormed Ideal College under the pretext of reclaiming government land. In the process, several students were brutalized and sustained injury, similar to what happened in Kumasi. Mr. Speaker, it is against this background that we believe that once and for all, the committee should be directed to investigate some of these things. After all, why? We have the power to exercise oversight over our security agencies. So those police officers who accompanied Jato to storm Ideal College and brutalize students should be made to face the full rigors of the law.
When the report is that one? Did your committee comment on that in your report?
Mr. Speaker, it's a similar occurrence. So I was just...
Don't worry, when you have the opportunity to investigate that.
So, Mr.
You
Speaker...
said we should be made. I don't think you need a direction. As a committee, you're entitled to investigate matters like this and report to the House. Assembly orders gives us that power. But,
all right, Mr. Speaker, on that note, I would rest my case. Thanks for the opportunity.
Yes, Honorable Minister of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the report on the fact-finding directive on the police shooting incident at the Islamic Senior High School in Kumasi, Ashanti region. Mr. Speaker, a lot has been said already. I would want to talk about bullet 2.6 on page 8. Mr. Speaker, the committee met in Kumasi. We engaged with all the major stakeholders at the school. We engaged with the regional director of education, the headmaster, the PTA, the SRC, and the members of the Ghana Muslim Mission. Mr. Speaker, what came to light was the fact that they kept giving us conflicting statements. The accounts there was no consistency in the accounts. The PTA gave a different account, the Muslim Mission gave a different account, the student body gave a different account. But when we had the opportunity to meet with the SRC, Mr. Speaker, they made it clear to us that they decided to demonstrate because they wanted speed ramps mounted to avert the frequent knocking down of students and teachers, period. Apart from the fact that they had had an incident of one of their teachers being knocked down by a car on that road. Mr. Speaker, what baffles my mind is the student body, the teachers had written to the Ministry of Roads, the Urban Roads Department since 2012, requesting for no other thing than speed ramps. So it baffles my mind that they kept mute about this whole thing and waited for this demonstration to happen. We're just lucky. 10 years, from 2012, Mr. Speaker, we've attached an appendix to our report, which states all the letters that they have written to the Ministry of Roads and the Urban Roads, request for speed ramps, urgent need for speed ramps for 10 years, since 2012. Apart from the fact that the student body decided to take the law into their own hands, I think the Urban Roads Department also didn't do well. But they never on one single occasion even responded to any of these letters. They didn't even visit the site to find out whether they could even do something for the students. Mr. Speaker, this is a school with a student population of about 6,000, 3,000 boarders, and almost 3,000 day students. Mr. Speaker, I will use this medium to appeal to the Ministry of Education to come to their aid. Either they move some of the students to another campus, or they find some facilities for them. Because the headmaster has been there for 15 years. They only have 7 bungalows for house masters, looking after almost 6,000 students in that school. Mr. Speaker, we had the opportunity to also meet with the police, like my colleague said. And the police told us that the students were wielding machetes and they were throwing stones at them. I was trying to find, at one point did they drop their machetes to throw the stones at the police? So there were conflicting statements. These are students. These are children at school. So if they are demonstrating and you are going to assist them, you don't go and chase them. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the report on 4.0, some of the students gave account of how the police actually chased them to the girls' dormitory on the last floor. I wonder what they were going to do in the girls' dormitory. Maybe you should charge them for sexual harassment. Because these were people who were preparing to go for assembly. You were chasing these young people. They ran to seek shelter in the girls' dormitory, hoping that you don't follow them up there. But the police followed them up to the girls' dormitory. And when one of the teachers saw the police and accosted the police, they rather turned against the teacher and even arrested the teacher and placed him behind bars. So, Mr. Speaker, some of the children gave accounts of how they were hurt, like Master Saul Kodia Sharif and the SHS3 students informed the committee that he was hit by a rubber bullet in front of the school's administration block. And he indicated that 5 policemen followed him to the girls' dormitory, where he sought refuge and was assaulted. This is unfortunate. The police is there to protect lives and property. They are all your children. And they had done nothing but demonstration pool before. So if you are called to disperse the crowd, you are not supposed to go and, shoot in the air with rubber bullets or live bullets and all that. Mr. Speaker, the headmaster told us that when he had the information, he rushed to the school and he asked the student body to go back to their classrooms or go back to their dormitories. The police at that time, that is what we were told, forced the gate open and rushed in and started firing left and right with tear gas, rubber bullets and all that. It's unfortunate, Mr. Speaker. I would want to use this opportunity to appeal to the IGP. He has already started investigation on this particular issue at the Islamic school. They should expedite action on it, and I believe the public would want to know, they would want to see to the end of this case. Mr. Speaker, I want to draw your attention to the last letters that they wrote to the Ministry of Urban Roads. That was in June 2022, not too long ago. That one too, nothing was done about it. Mr. Speaker, if we keep on doing these things to our young people, I don't think that they will have, they are already psychologically not feeling well. And our chairman at that point really had to take money out of his own pockets to take some of the children back to the hospital. About 38 of them are already injured, and I hope that the school authority, as promised by the Regional Director of Education, will continue to take care of these people. Mr. Speaker, as we speak now, nothing has been done to the road in front of the Islamic school, and the children keep on moving back and forth from home to school. More than 3,000 of them are days to. I've been wondering why up to now nothing has been done, apart from the fact that the IGP went there and provided them with some ropes. The children are still crossing back and forth. So I want to use this report and this opportunity to appeal to the Ministry of Roads and Transport to assess the situation as quickly as possible and ensure that the right thing is done to avert some of these situations so that the student body will not be clashing with the police. Mr. Speaker, on this note, I want to thank you for the opportunity giving me to contribute to the report, but I want to draw your attention to the fact that the student population in Islamic school in Kumasi is just too huge for one campus in the middle of the city like Abiqui, and something has to be done. Either another campus is created for them or another provision of infrastructure is enhanced in that school, especially in terms of security. They have only 2 security men, and they have only 7 bungalows for 7 house masters, looking after close to 6,000 student population. And we want to take this opportunity to also talk to our children again that when such things happen, they should have a discussion with the teachers. They should not take the law into their own hands. It could have been something deadly or different as it stands now, but by the grace of God, there were injuries and we didn't have any severe casualty. Even though the young boy who was hit by a bullet in his leg at the time of the visit could not even stand. She was still sitting and we had to be helping him out back and forth. So I think it's a worrisome situation. It's not something that should be swept under the carpet, and I hope the IGP, having started his investigation into this issue, would expedite action on it and move and report back to all of us. And like my ranking said, hope of the mandate could be expanded so that we can investigate better. Even though we went on a fact-finding mission, we realized that people were trying to sweep certain things under the carpet because the police, the teaching staff, the SRC, they were all giving us conflicting statements. So I think that we need to delve into the situation and find a solution to this and make sure that the speed ramps are provided on time to save lives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity.
Leadership. Honorable Muntaga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I really wish that there were time for many more to be contributors to taking, but obviously we are running against time. Mr. Speaker, it's worried that the chair of the committee, after presenting the report, could not even wait for the report to be adopted. And he stepped out. I don't know whether he'll be watching, whether from his office or somebody say presidential campaign, whether presidential campaign office. Or I just mentioned presidential campaign office and my microphone seized. So, Mr. Speaker, I hope that the chair, wherever he is, will be listening and probably take notes as we take steps to adopt the committee's report. Mr. Speaker, it is worrying that the facts as captured by the committee's report clearly indicate that there was mishandling of the students in Islamic Senior High School in Kumasi. And Mr. Speaker, the most worrying is the excessive force, and like the committee itself found, and how students were handled. And unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, we keep repeating the same mistake, and we hope that we'll get a different result. We are still leaving this matter to the police to investigate, and we expect that they will come out with a report, or a report that will be satisfactory. As the committee itself indicated, their stories were incoherent and very inconsistent. So people that, even in the narration, have started giving inconsistent statements. If you leave it to them to investigate, you can imagine what will be coming out of it. Mr. Speaker, I just believe that the call for an independent commission to be handling matters when it arrives between police and citizens is long overdue. Mr. Speaker, in the case of some of the developed countries like the United States of America, where they have independent police monitor in some of the states. And Mr. Speaker, when you Google and you try to find out what is the essence of this, you will see, for example, in New Orleans, they say that the Office of the Independent Police Monitor is an independent civilian police oversight agency. So what they simply do is to play an oversight on what the police administration is doing when it comes to dealing with the citizenry. And part of their objective is to boost citizens' trust in the police and then better officers' safety, because as they themselves, there can be sometimes danger, they can be in the line of danger. So how to better their safety and then their working condition. And their overall goal is to improve their community with one citizen at a time. Mr. Speaker, the one citizen at a time is where I want to make some emphasis. Mr. Speaker, when this incident happened, and the video footage of the police control room was put on social media, Mr. Speaker, it was worrying, and it explained some of the actions that happened in the school.
you see some of the ethnocentric statements that were being made by professional police in the control room. It answers some of the excessive force that happened. Mr. Speaker, when we refuse to confront the truth as a country and continue to pretend as if, oh, everything is well, may God perish the thought. One day, we will wake up and have a situation that will be too difficult to manage. Because, Mr. Speaker, it is again and again, time without number. Each time the police are entering some communities, they go with certain mindset, and the way they act is so different. It is just like how the blacks in America are complaining about how the police are handling them as against the whites. Because I will not want to glorify some of the comments that were made in the control room on the floor of Parliament. But I'm happy that the Inspector General of Police took steps to immediately interdict those officers who were in the control room and issued a statement to that effect. We hope that it will just not be suspending them and nothing happens to them. Because so long as you have that kind of mindset, you as students were throwing stones at them because they think that anytime they were dealing with us, this is the way they see us. The way they see us as a less human beings and maltreat us simply because we are of a certain background. Mr. Speaker, it is something that is worrying, and I hope that the police administration will take these things very, very seriously. Mr. Speaker, there was another very important thing that was mentioned in the report that I think is worth. Oh, I just noticed that the chairman has gotten back to his seat. That apparently he was sitting at the back having some presidential campaign messages and comments. But I'm happy that at least he's at his seat now. I can see him. Mr. Speaker, one thing that was mentioned in the police in the committee's report that is of significant emphasis is the number of days that the new police recruits are trained in handling weapons. That has been reduced from 6 weeks to 3 weeks. Mr. Speaker, with the greatest of respect, you train someone how to handle a gun in 3 weeks, and then the next moment you give the person AK-47 to be roaming on the streets of our country. At the least provocation, what will the person be doing? Mr. Speaker, let's find out how often do they go for continuous training on gun management. Yet when there's riot, they will just move in with AK-47. Mr. Speaker, you and I know what AK-7 is used for. Because in the case of AK-47, the bullet that move out of it is not intended to hurt. It is not intended to warn. It is intended to kill. So if somebody is holding AK-47 in a secondary school, tell me, whoever authorized them to carry AK-47, what was the intention? The intention was to go there to kill. And I'm happy that the IGP has interdicted the senior officers. We are watching what the new IGP will do. Whether this will be as usual. You just say, oh, we are investigating it, and nothing comes out of it. Mr. Speaker, I will also want to reiterate that the committee's recommendation that this House should not limit them to only fact-finding should be looked at and give them the opportunity to delve in more. Because you see, it is opportunity like this, when it avails itself, as unfortunate as it may be, that gives us the opportunity to correct some of the wrongs that are in the system. So if you treat it lightly, then tomorrow it happens again, then we'll come again, we'll make statements, and then it goes without any serious action being taken. Then we'll just be behaving like ostriches, just dipping our head into the sand and pretending that we are hiding. Mr. Speaker, I must commend your committee for the good work done, and I hope that when the police administration finishes its investigations, they will find it necessary to furnish this House with a copy. But I will still wish that, Mr. Speaker, we allow this committee to further delve into, now that they brought the facts, and the facts were not inconsistent with the earlier statement that I made that requested for this fact-finding. I hope that we'll spend time to get them to deal with it, because since then, so many other things have happened in Nkranza, the shooting, the death of a young man, like the one they are talking about in Lamashegu, the one the ranking was making reference to in some part of Accra. Mr. Speaker, it is these things, as the number goes up, if we now, it may be too late to act. We don't know the next time whether it will be involving Parliament itself or members of Parliament, or your child or mine, or your nephew or mine, or some other very important person. That time when we begin to scream, people will ask, why? Is it because now it's affecting you directly? I believe that the time to act is now, and we must not lose this opportunity. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to have contributed to the taking decision and hoping to adopt the committee's report. Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Leader. Speaker, I also rise to make a few remarks about the committee's report and to call for its adoption. Mr. Speaker, first to commend the committee for the prompt action that it took after the referendum. I want to believe that the committee itself added to what was fed to them, as the Honorable Ranking Member did indicate. However, I think what has come out is informative, and we should learn useful lessons from that. Mr. Speaker, the conclusions of the committee, maybe they didn't really go into what has been occasioning the numerous accidents. The Speaker, anybody who knows the intersection that is on the main roads and branching off to New Swami, using the frontage of the school where the mosque is, you see that that road that comes from New Swami enters the main road at a very high gradient. It's like you're descending into the main road. The Speaker, it is one reason for the accidents. It is one reason for the accident. So there should be something about grading that place to ensure that you enter the road at almost the same level. There's a sharp descent. That's the first thing. The Speaker, the second thing is, from the minor road, there are no road markings as you enter the major road. So people enter as a matter of right, and given the gradient, they enter at a certain level of speed. It's the reason why the accidents that are happening is not on the main road. I'm talking about the vehicles moving. The people who are driving from the other side are being rammed into, or rather driving into the vehicles on the main road. The cause of the accident is always from the other side. They run into them at high speed because of the gradient of the road. So there should be some road markings there. Third, Mr. Speaker, is what I related to the other time. Who is it who granted the mechanics access, who have parked vehicles and attending to the vehicles? A narrow road, and then entering at that high speed, and then the road now has been taken over by the vehicles that are being attended to by the mechanics. On both the main roads and also on both sides of the road entering from New Swami. So the road has been narrowed all the more. You are struggling to enter at high speed. Who is responsible for giving out the lamps to the mechanics? So they line the streets, the main road and also the minor road entering from New Swami with vehicles. So you enter and visibility is difficult. You are not able to see far enough. So you are struggling to see the main road, the vehicles coming, then you are run into by the vehicles. The Speaker, these are the three causes of the accident. So it is not really about speed ramps on the main road. It's about, if there should be speed ramps, it should be at the other side to control those of them who are entering from the minor roads, who don't want to stop. So, Mr. Speaker, I would want us to wait indeed for the police investigations. The other one about inadequate school infrastructure, yes, I've been there, and recently I even provided a 6-unit classroom block for the primary school that is to be attached to that school, the Islamic secondary school. We used to call it, growing up, we used to call it Mal Adam. The Speaker, the student population there is high. The infrastructure, and it began as a private school. So the burden really is not on the state. However, where we are, I believe the state should be partnering the owners of the school to expand the infrastructure. The Speaker, the lack of adequate infrastructure certainly is causing frustration, and with a little bit of issue cropping up, the students become agitated. And so clearly, it's coming out that the owners of the facility on their own are incapable of expanding the infrastructure to accommodate the huge population of the students. And that is why I think that the government should come in to partner the owners to expand the infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, I believe that the call for the establishment of maybe a permanent investigative body, independent investigative body, whenever such things occur, is a call in the right direction. I do recollect that in 1998, there was this demonstration by the artisans of Swami Magazine. They had moved all the way from Swami Magazine to Kejetia through Adum, and we were going to the regional administration to present a petition. Mr. Speaker, at the time, Mr. Ohene Ajikum was the regional minister. They got to the post office area. The police wanted to disperse them. They chased after them. Bullets were fired. Eventually, they turned around to blame the artisans that they had shot at themselves and started an investigation into it. And then they showed spent shells to indicate that, and these were and also guns, that the artisans were using those guns. It turned out to be untrue. Government then eventually had to come in to compensate those of them. One person lost his life, and about 3 others were injured. The Speaker, eventually, government came in and established an independent investigative committee, which included the military police, a lawyer, and I think an accountant from the regional coordinating committee. A 3-member body it was that eventually came with their conclusions that the police was responsible for the shooting. So, Mr. Speaker, I agree that we should have such a structure, an independent investigative body on the occurrence of such incidents to investigate the commissions or omissions of the police. But that is not to say that what happened and the reaction of the police commander, the IGP, should not be commended. He acted promptly, and Speaker, I believe that we must commend him for the rapid response that he demonstrated in that particular matter. And where we are, I believe we have to wait for the police report, which we'll juxtapose with our own, and we'll see where the truth would lie. If it becomes necessary, the Speaker, to go to pry further into it, we may know what to do once we get the police report. Speaker, once again, I thank you, and I thank the committee for the work that they have done. I think it has given some additional information to the House, and we can ponder over that. So, Speaker, thank you very much.
Very well. Now, all in favor of the House adopting the report, say aye. All against that, say no. The ayes have it. The report of the Committee on Defense and Interior regarding the senior high school, the police shooting incident at the Islamic Senior High School in Kumasi, Shanti region, is hereby adopted. Honourable members, before we proceed to the next item, I'm urging all members of Parliament who have not as yet visited the exhibition at the foyer regarding the Research and Data Department of Parliament to do so. You'll be amazed at the amount of information that is available, which will enrich our debate if we get to visit the site. So I encourage all members to do so before they bring the exhibition to a close today. Thank you. Yes, Honourable Majority Leader.
Speaker, we'll now go to consider the Tax Exemptions Bill 2022. I think is on page 14. Page 14 of the order paper.
Very well. The Tax Exemptions Bill 2022 at the consideration stage. Yes. Where did we get to yesterday? Clause 7. Very well. Clause 7.
Procedure for granting exemptions to ministries, departments, and agencies.
Yes, Chairman of the Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before we get to the Clause 7 itself, I have an amendment to propose to the main head note. Amendment proposed: replace ministries, departments, and agencies with covered entities. Covered entities for the main head note.
Sorry, you should delete departments. Ministry, department, agencies. And insert what? Government.
Covered entities. Covered entities.
Covered entities. This is, your pronunciation is...
Covered entities.
Yes. This is Bekwai, that is Obwase. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I am opposed to the chairman's amendment, even though I support deletion of the words to ministries, departments, and agencies. But he doesn't need to add the covered entities. You see, sectional head notes guides you to interpret. And the heading here is procedure for granting exemptions. End it there. Yes, that is okay. But when you come to the new head notes there, it should just be procedure for granting exemptions. the rest of the words should go from there. Ministries, departments, and agencies. Because yesterday you changed that. And what happens to other entities other than ministries, departments, and agencies? And so add it. No, he should add it to his amendment. Thank you. Add it. Yes. Ministries, departments, agencies, and other. Yes, agree. If he does that, he has my full support.
So the amendment, yes,
the Speaker, what it is that the ministries, departments, and agencies would not cover, for instance, the arms of government. It will not cover constitutional creatures. And we have really used covered entities in the Public Financial Management Act. So we just want to import that so that we'll be synchronized. But because it may, some other organizations may fall outside, maybe as the minority leader is saying, we could also add that leg. So covered entities and other relevant stakeholders as the group sectional heading.
As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Yes. Any more amendments on clause 7?
Okay. So 7. There will be consequential amendment in the head note of 7. Yes. Procedure for granting exemptions to covered entities and other relevant stakeholders.
Very well. I think that's consequential. I direct the draft persons to make all the consequential changes consequent upon the headlines.
Mr. Speaker, again, 7.1 has consequential amendment.
Yes, 7.1. I've seen that. Yes.
Yeah. Except that, Mr. Speaker, then it has to be singularized so that it will read an application for an exemption by a covered entity or other relevant stakeholder.
Very well. All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, we are not a stakeholder. Parliament, for instance, may not be a covered entity. Other relevant is better, but when you say stakeholder, that's where
other relevant covered entities and other relevant stakeholders.
And I say stakeholder does not capture the sense. Ministries, departments, agencies, and stakeholders, you just them generics. No. My friend, where's belong where they belong. Ministries, departments, agencies, and other stakeholders. Stakeholders don't belong to the construction. No. You just them generic. It doesn't. You see, there is a family of words.
Can I provide information?
Yes, provide.
You see, if you do that, leader, you leave out an institution like Parliament. The reason we're using covered entities is to borrow from the meaning in the Public Financial Management Act, where Parliament is captured there. Unless you assume that Parliament is an agency or that Parliament is a relevant stakeholder, then you are not covering Parliament, but you may require exemptions for Parliament. When you use covered entities, then the definition of covered entities will be the judiciary, the legislature, and that's why we need that expression.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with the tenor of the proposal to amend 7.1, line 1. My worry is just that words have technical meaning, and there's family of words. When you say ministry, department, agency, and stakeholders, it doesn't rhyme. It's not elegant. So let's just look for a better word to substitute stakeholders. But I agree entirely with the principle of the amendment. You are saying that if it is not a covered entity, what can it be? It certainly cannot be a stakeholder. You see, stakeholder in its true sense, you are not referring to an institution or organ of the state working within an administrative setting. No. Stakeholder, no. So my worry is just the use of body. Yes, I have no problem with body, but stakeholder doesn't follow. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, we had used relevant stakeholder earlier. That is why we did that. But if you have to do that, to maybe use a much more friendly terminology, other relevant body, which to me makes some sense. So we then will have, once we adopt that, we have to go back to 7. So 5-7, and then just synchronize it so that it will be covered entity or relevant body. If the relevant body is acceptable, and I think listening to the minority there, I think is in the context, it's a better rendition. Other relevant body, or maybe institution or whatever. But NGO may not be an institution. Other relevant body. Yes, Chief Board. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What we are talking about, since we are going to define covered entities. Yes, but we are not forced to stick to that definition. We could expand it. Because, Mr. Speaker, my worry is that when you use words that give open-ended opportunities, you open it to abuse. Because when you say other relevant bodies, where does it stop? But when you say covered entities, we know Parliament is a covered entity. If you want to add an NGO or a non-governmental organization, add it. Then everybody knows that this is the limit. But when you say other bodies, hotels will all come here that we've seen. And then they say that, oh, there are other relevant bodies. Because you're talking about bodies. Bodies is so broad. Because, Mr. Speaker, the essence of, I just want us to avert our mind to the memorandum. The essence of this bill was to make sure that we make it impossible for all manner of persons to be coming here for exemptions. Now we go into the details and we keep opening windows, and some of the windows are now becoming doors. Then you give discussions, unlimited discussions to ministers. Then we are back to square one. So for me, let's use covered entities and go and define it. Whichever other organizations we want to add, let's state it there. But that will have made it covered. But you cannot tell me that we cannot sit and anticipate all those we want to give. So let's use other bodies. Other bodies is too broad.
Let me listen to the minister and then come back to you. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for me, I think we should leave it at ministry, departments, and agency. And whoever it is, you apply through the ministry or the department in which the relevant exemption is coming from. And this captures everything.
Abuna, which ministry would the Parliament be under? Or where do you place the judiciary? You know, so the covered entities would cover those we know are not agencies.
And then you will go and define covered entities.
Well, I think we have already defined covered entities, haven't we?
Covered entities is defined under the Public Financial Management Act 2 to capture all these. Now that takes us to the point Honorable Mutsaka made, that we redefine covered entities here to include those other entities we are talking about. My concern about that is that we'll be creating a conflict between the same expression when used in the PFMA and then as used here. That may create some confusion, which is why we want to keep the covered entities from the PFMA and then add whatever we think we can add here to include the others.
So which other ones do we have in mind?
Mr. Speaker, there are entities that go to the Minister for Finance for exemptions here. In fact, we have an exemption application here by a hotel that has applied to the GIPC. But if you look at the application, the GIPC per this law is only forwarding it to the Minister for Finance. So the Minister is bringing the application here on behalf of the hotel in accordance with Section 26 of the GIPC Act. Because under the GIPC Act, it is the entity that applies. So, Mr. Speaker, I think it does not hurt if we create room for all those entities that may go through the Minister for Finance to get some exemptions here.
But I thought that's exactly what we're trying to avoid. I thought that was exactly what we're trying to avoid. Leaving too much room for undesirable groups to apply for tax exemption. Yes, but why should we grant a tax exemption to a hotel? Why? Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, as you guided the Deputy Minister of Finance, Honorable Abna, yesterday when we took clause 5, it was a proposal of the chairman of the committee to substitute ministries, departments and agencies, and that was carried. So that suggests that consequentially throughout this bill, wherever there is ministry, department and agency, it has to be substituted for covered entities. Or if you want covered entities as we agreed to yesterday, then we define the covered entities in the interpretation to expand and limit it so that it's not open-ended as you have advised. Yes, in this act.
Is it that in this act, covered entities being...
Yes, in this act we have to define it. So let's just end at covered entities without adding stakeholders. Then, Mr. Speaker, you can put the question. Then when we get to definitions, we'll define covered entities and expand it without making it too open as advised by you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, it was to avoid the confusion of interpretation. The covered entity as expressed in the Public Financial Management Act, and then this one. But if people are comfortable with that, the chief whip for the minority who raised it, I drew his attention to clause 11, and then I saw he was trying to chicken out. Yes, Mr. Speaker, because for religious organizations, 11, we are not there yet. We are including the importation of altar bread, communion water, altar wine, Catholic rosary, altar frontal, altar linen, and for his sake, Zamzam. And Tasbih. Mr. Speaker, I've not heard you. I've not heard you.
I'm saying, I'm looking at it. I hope that I'll be here when it comes. I don't see the reason for exempting them from paying tax on this.
Mr. Speaker, so if we want to define cabinet entity to include all that. Fair and fine. That is under this act. Cabinet entity means if you want to do that. Fair and fine.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I don't know if colleagues have looked at covered entity as defined in the PFM Act. Mr. Speaker, it's very comprehensive, and I believe it addresses the concerns of members. Mr. Speaker, it defines covered entities to mean the executive, legislature, and judiciary, the constitutional bodies, the ministries, departments, agencies, and local government authorities, the public service, autonomous agencies, and statutory bodies. I don't know what other institutions.
Non-governmental organizations.
What would a national cathedral be? Remember that, Mr. Speaker, remember that this act deals with contracts and agreements in which there are provisions for tax exemptions. These contracts could be with private entities. They could be with NGOs. They could be with civil society organizations. To the extent that it is a contract, the character of which admits of the granting of exemptions. Once it is an agreement or a contract, it can be brought. But these provisions that we are dealing with relate specifically to governmental agencies or agencies of a governmental character. And that is why the definition of covered entities as captured in the PMFA is adequate. You don't need to go beyond that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Speaker, I think that one of the problems we have here is from the head note. Why are we insisting to put ministries, departments, and agencies in the head notes? No, but they are still, the correction didn't take them out.
The correction has taken them out. We voted on that already.
I'm guided.
Okay.
Yes.
So, Mr. Speaker, I take it that consequentially, wherever we meet, we replace them with covered entities.
Covered entities, no more. Very well.
Okay. And then, Mr. Speaker, under 7.3, there's another consequential amendment.
Yeah.
Cabinet changes to the executive.
Yeah.
I think the 7.3, you said you should delete which one? Cabinet? In that case, the entire 3 must go. Well, remove cabinet and put the what? Executive?
Mayor Speaker.
Why the executive?
Mayor Speaker, yes, it should not be the executive, it should be the president. In the Constitution, everywhere is the president. You cannot substitute cabinet for the executive. What does executive mean under the 1992 Constitution? It has no meaning. Then 2, Mr. Speaker, let's not run away from our practices. In this House, every correspondence coming from the president is either an executive approval, that's what he has chosen to convey to Mr. Speaker, or a cabinet approval. The fact that cabinet has no authority doesn't mean that there's no cabinet. So you must keep the 2 words. It is either the president or cabinet. You don't have to delete cabinet from it. Our practice when the communication comes here, table, help him. All the reference is cabinet approval to this loan agreement. It means it has become part of our practice. Let's not run away. Yes, the fact that is wrong doesn't mean your practice have accepted it. But I don't think the word executive is appropriate. In this constitution, wherever you have reference is to the president. So the president, in his action, then he tells us that by executive approval, that he is doing so under the powers conferred on him as the executive president of Ghana. So say the president. There is nothing like the executive. When the letter comes and is signed, is it under it? Do you say executive? No. Under the signature, you don't have anything like the executive. Produce copies for me from the table. Or produce copies for me from the table. No. Yes, executive approval is a head note. When he signs as Nana Adudanko Akufo-Addo, president. So substitute
in any case,
executive.
When we say executive,
I stand by it. Give me copies.
What do you mean? Please, let's be clear. Who do we call the executive? Executive power is vested in the president. Every other person is working at the behest of the president. Is so to speak, an employee of the president. You know, so when we refer to the executive, it can only be referring to the president. Nobody else. Whatever any decision the president says, this is the way I want it, that is final. So, if we are deleting cabinet, then we should replace it with president, not the executive. But the executive is nebulous. Does it mean the Minister of Finance or the Minister for Trade or the Minister for Environment?
Mr. Speaker, we just read the definition of covered entities under the PFMA. And we see the executive, parliament, and I see executive in a number of laws. In fact, I've never seen any law giving such functions to the president. I don't see it in our legislation. The whole time I've been in parliament. It's been cabinet. Now we're moving away to the executive. And if we push further and say the executive too, we need to move to the president, then when we get into the definition of the PFMA, we should say the president, parliament, and the judiciary. I think the word executive has been accepted as the institution around the president.
The executive defines all the agencies under the president. And here we're talking about the arms of government. Parliament or the legislature, the executive, which is all the agencies from president down to the DCs. Then you come to the judiciary, all. But if you want to ask for advice and you say the executive, who are you referring to? Cabinet may be appropriate because you're seeking a group of people who advises the president. But if you're replacing cabinet, then I think executive is not appropriate.
Mr. Speaker, the chairman should take guidance from you. You see, this is the constitution. The executive provisions begin from Article 57. So after the head note, you see the president. The Article 58 says, the executive authority of Ghana shall vest in the president. Now you are passing a role. I disagree even with the deletion of the word cabinet. But the importation of the word president is important for our purposes. When the president acts, then he has acted exercising his executive mandate. But the one who signs, in what capacity does he sign? As president of the republic. It doesn't say the executive of the republic. So, Mr. Speaker, you are right. Just substitute, say president or cabinet. President or cabinet. And Mr. Speaker, I still insist on cabinet because let's go to Article 76 of the Constitution. Article 76 says there shall be a cabinet. So cabinet is a creation of this Constitution. The fact that the president can refuse the advice does not mean that he should not be advised. Article 76 provides for the cabinet. So cabinet is a creation of the 1992 Constitution. By our practice since 1993, decisions have been communicated to this House that cabinet approval. So there is a cabinet functional. So say president or cabinet. So as the president chooses, if he wants to exercise an individual solo decision, he has a mandate to do so. If he wants to seek the advice of his ministers, he is covered by the Constitution. So the words in 70, Mr. Speaker, in article, in clause 7, the minister shall make a recommendation to the president or cabinet. That is, yes, Chairman, if you go that way, then Mr. Speaker, you can put the question. Then, Mr. Speaker, just a slide one. When you come to 7.4, the recommendation referred to in this subsection shall state clearly the basis for the recommendation. That one to Mr. Speaker, Chairman, change it. The recommendation here must reflect what yesterday we raised. When you are making a recommendation, your recommendation must satisfy the general policy of government on exemptions. We are not going to leave it open so that anybody gives us a recommendation why he wants an exemption. The exemption must satisfy a certain minimum requirement, and that requirement should be the general policy of the government on exemptions. So in 7.4, we should improve 7.4. The recommendations referred to in subsection 3 shall ensure that it is complying with the general government policy on taxation. You add it to improve the form. Leader, yesterday I listened to you. It's because of you I've read the Constitution. Yesterday you borrowed these words from Article 76(2). The cabinet shall assist the president in the determination of general policy. So for the purpose of this law, it should be the general policy on exemption. Nobody should give us any basis other than the policy position on exemption. Mr. Speaker, your attitude is what the executive must learn from. We don't want to open the floodgates to exemptions anymore. That is why we are here. Yes.
Listen to people outside the leadership. Yes.
Honorable Speaker, I was enjoying the explanation by our minority leader when he referenced Article 76(1). There shall be a cabinet which shall consist of the president, the vice president, and all that. But I heard you say that cabinet should be more appropriate. But I also heard him say president or cabinet. But if you read this article, the president is also part of cabinet. And I think that the president is the one who chairs the cabinet. So how do we have to have cabinet or president? I think that cabinet should be more appropriate.
I think cabinet, what I said was that cabinet is appropriate, but if you remove cabinet, then it should be the president. The executive does not feature. But there's no need to remove cabinet. Cabinet is sufficient because cabinet actually includes the president. Okay. First, let's deal with 3 before we go to the 4. Do you still have any contribution on 7.3? 7.3. So 7.3 will remain. There's no need to amend 7.3. Yes. Yes, the proposition is that 7.4 should be, yes.
To state that this switching from cabinet to the executive has been done earlier in the bill, and I seek your directing that consequentially, wherever we see cabinet, it remains as such.
Yes. What was your proposition on 4? Honorable Minority Leader, you said we should do what on 7.4?
Yeah, on 4, Mr. Speaker, I was seeking to tighten it. You see, when you give ministers room, that they should be given basis to justify exemptions, they will do. But I'm saying that in providing the justification, it must be consistent with government general policy on exemption. So we should find those words added to form. The recommendations referred to in subsection 1 shall ensure compliance with general government policy on exemptions. You just add those words to strengthen it. So the minister doesn't give his own reason why he wants this exemption to pass.
Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think that for 4, if we expand further, it will really amount to an overkill, because the basis that the minority leader is talking about is established under 6.3, the basis for the assessment and therefore the recommendation is set out in 6.3. And it says in 7.4 that the recommendation referred to shall state clearly the basis for the recommendation. That is the assessment criteria as set out in 6.3. So we don't need to go back. If maybe he wants to say that as provided for under 6.3, fair. But we don't need really to go and expand that one again.
I think I can put the question on 7 as amended. All in favor of, no, so clause 7 as amended. Shall stand part, yes.
And then, Mr. Speaker, with your leave. No, he's putting a question on just 3, I thought on 7.
Oh, very well. If you have further amendments to clause.
So I have amendment on 5. So let him put the question. Chairman, win this one first.
Ooh, which clause? Clause 7.4. I didn't get any amendment proposed. I didn't hear any amendment. Yeah, so.
Mr. Speaker, for 7.3, as the chairman has said, initially we had done the amendment to substitute executive for cabinet. And so now we're going back to maintain the status quo.
We didn't put the question on the executive.
So
we're maintaining it as it is.
We are leaving that as it is.
Yes.
And 4 then also remains. All right.
Yes.
So we cannot go to 5.
Now he says he has a proposed amendment on 5.
Amendment proposed to 5. The Speaker, we should delete the entire subclause and insert the following. Where the minister makes recommendation for cabinet approval on an application for exemption by a covered entity, cabinet, upon the approval of the exemption, shall direct the minister to seek parliamentary approval.
Not members to propose amendment for the consideration of the House.
Yes.
Shall direct, yes.
Shall direct the minister to seek that parliamentary approval.
Yes.
The table office wants you to read it again so they can capture it clearly.
So where the minister makes recommendation for cabinet approval, 5, delete 7.5 and replace it with the following. Where the minister makes recommendation for cabinet approval on an application for exemption by a covered entity, cabinet, upon the approval of the exemption, shall direct the minister to seek parliamentary approval.
Honourable members, for the consideration of the House. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. With the amendment, I just want to ask and be clear. Do we have cabinet approval or executive approval? Do we have cabinet approval? Because the emphasis is on approval. And by the constitutional imperative, cabinet is to assist. And the role of cabinet is advisory. When would they have approval role to play here
for us to be saying cabinet approval. Once it is approval, then what we should be talking about is executive approval.
Honorable, I think we just read 76, where there shall be a cabinet which shall consist of the president, the vice president, not less than 10, not more than 15. So the executive, the president, so the cabinet is actually a representative of the executive in this matter. Is that right? But
accordingly, it's more complicated. Because honestly, my original rendition was where the minister makes recommendation for executive approval. It was because of the discussions that have happened here, and he was part of that winnowing. So I can understand why he's come up. But if we desire that in place of the executive, we would leave it as cabinet. But where it is an adjective qualifying an approval, we want to entertain executive approval, we may do so.
Please, let's be clear. What is the value of the executive approval in the bill? The executive is the one presenting the request to Parliament. So what is the need to use executive approval in the bill? Yes, Honorable.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The struggle here is to craft this bill and to maintain the language of the Constitution and the practices that have emerged over the years. In this House, we have received communication that has often been conveyed as approvals coming from cabinet, and we've acted based on those ones. But if you look at a proper reading of Article 58 and you go and relate it to 78, you will see clearly that the intention of this Constitution is that all these executive decisions must be deemed to be decisions of the President. Sometimes ministers are appointed. The ministers are presumed to be acting on the authority of the President and communicating decisions of the President. Cabinet, as we know it, is an advisory body to advise the President, but ultimately the decision is that of the President. And what I understand us to be doing is to be suggesting that a request for exemption should go to Cabinet for Cabinet to advise that it should be brought to Parliament. How do we craft our bill to comply with this constitutional imperative? So the question is, should we say executive approval, or should we say cabinet approval, or should we say the recommendation of cabinet? Because cabinet is simply recommending to Parliament for approval. So I think that we should consider it as a recommendation coming from cabinet.
Yes, Honorable.
Speaker, but that indeed is the genesis of the imbroglio that we create for ourselves. Because cabinet exists only to advise the President, in whom executive power is vested in accord with Article 58 of the Constitution. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Council of State, for instance, advises the President on some matters. Would you want to have a transmission to this House bearing Council of State approval? It doesn't exist. So, cabinet approval really has no place here. But by our convention and practice, this House has tolerated it. And I felt that if really you want to be technical, the approval should be from the President, who wields executive power. And so, on occasions when Cabinet has not had time to peruse the documents, those documents will come to us, transmitted on the vehicle of executive approval. Ultimately, it should, whether Cabinet or not, it should bear the stamp of the President. So it should be executive approval and not Cabinet approval, because Cabinet has no locus in this House. Who are the we who disagree? You are one. So you can say, I disagree. I disagree. Just say you disagree. What I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, I'm on my feet, and the minority leader is injecting himself. Mr. Speaker, so technically, it should be executive approval. But by convention and practice, we have this. So if we have to go by convention and practice, let's say so, and go by convention and practice to indulge the physiology contained in the bill. That's cabinet approval.
I think the confusion we're trying to create is substituting the executive with executive approval. Executive approval clearly means the president. But when you say the executive, as we sought to do in that amendment, then we introduce an enablers body different from executive approval. Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm taking guidance from you. You see, this is Parliament. May I refer you to Article 77 of the Constitution? So when the chairman uses the word cabinet, it's still legally and constitutionally appropriate, because there cannot be a cabinet without the president. There cannot be. Article 77 provides the cabinet shall be summoned by the president, who shall preside at all its meetings. So when he uses the word cabinet, let it go. Because in the Constitution, don't limit yourself to only Article 76, cabinet assisting or being advisory. What is cabinet without a president? There's nothing like that in Ghana. It is the president. But when you say the executive, in a law, we can't put executive because it's nebulous. You either say the president or cabinet. But we're also saying that you must also accept that why do you say that Britain have evolved constitutionally? Through conventions. Our conventions have been that cabinet have made referrals to this house. Cabinet has. And more importantly, Mr. Speaker, let it not be said anywhere that the fact that the president have executive powers, if this house has an opportunity to limit it, that he must consult, we should shy away from it. When you are shy away from the cabinet, you want the president to be walking an individual and thinking an individual and thinking solo. That is not good for the future of any country. Leader, you are in cabinet. Haven't they brought matters that you have shut down as cabinet minister because you think that is not good for the state? You have. There will be times the president will be excited over something. Ministers must stand up and tell him that this is not good enough. So please, this theory of cabinet, Article 77 cures it. What the chairman is doing is appropriate. Use cabinet. There cannot be a cabinet without the president. And when he chooses to come on the executive leg, he will write formally. But we must be encouraging the president to consult more. Leader, maybe, Mr. Speaker, permit me. We have seen instances where ministers have avoided their colleagues even knowing what they take to the president. Just because they quietly want. Yes, we have seen. We've seen, including you. Including you.
Very well. So,
So, leader, what is the status of sub-clause 3? Leader, so what is the status now? Chairman.
So
Chairman,
Speaker,
what's the status
having
now?
listened around there, my amendment stands as this. We delete subclause 5 of 7 and replace it with the following. Where the minister makes recommendation for cabinet approval on application for exemption by a covered entity, cabinet, upon the approval of the exemption, shall direct the minister to seek parliamentary approval. That's all.
Very well. Honourable members, that is the proposed amendment. All those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment to clause 7 sub clause 5 is hereby carried.
Yes, please. 6. Well, in the light of the discussions we've had, 6 would now be, where cabinet does not approve of the recommendation, the minister shall inform the covered entity of the decision of cabinet within 14 days on receipt of the decision. That would be the amendment. So the amendment is just to replace, and actually it's consequential, as directed by Speaker, that ministry, department, or agency will be replaced with covered entity. So that's the only amendment I'm proposing for 6. I so move, Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I was supporting, but can he carry this with 7? So what is 7 conveying? Subclause 7. I don't see the difference between 6 and 7. But my honest view is that 6 and 7 all don't belong. You are talking about procedure. Is this procedure? No, both 6 and 7, in my view, they don't belong to this bill. Cabinet, when they will have not approved your thing, is cabinet. Why are you saying that within 14 days, they must write back to a ministry, department, and agency? It means if within 14 days, you have not written to the department or agency, you have committed breach of law. Is that what you want? Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Speaker, what exactly is the role of 7 subclause 6? We want to inform an applicant that his application has been denied. Why do we want to legislate to say that it was cabinet that denied it? Why? Why? The application failed. Why do we want to suggest that by legislation it is not the minister that refused it or rejected it, but it's rather cabinet? It's not important. What is important is that an application has been denied. And we could also say that with reasons, it should give reasons. But to indicate that where cabinet does not approve of the recommendation, the minister shall inform the ministry, department, or agency of the decision of cabinet within 14 days upon receipt of the decision. For me, it's not necessary. It's not necessary that you inform the applicant that it was cabinet that rejected the recommendation. It's not necessary. What is necessary is that inform the person of the rejection of the application or denial of the application with reasons.
Yes, it's talking about procedure. Cabinet will write to the minister that this application has been denied. It's for the minister to communicate to the entity. And in the communication, he doesn't need to write cabinet. In communication, he says that your application has been denied. This one, where is the problem?
Is that in the legislation, you are saying that you should communicate the rejection by cabinet to him or her or the entity. It says so. Read the provision. Read the provision.
So you want me to come in? What it says is that the denial should be by cabinet or approval should be by cabinet. It is for the minister to communicate. In communicating, he doesn't need to write that cabinet has denied your request. Your request has been denied, and these are the grounds for denial.
Obi, the provision says, the Honorable Obi, I apologize. The provision goes this way.
Honorable, you wait for the chair to call you. You can now talk, but wait for the chair.
Speaker, thank you. Speaker, the provision goes this way. Where cabinet does not approve of the recommendation, the minister shall inform the ministry, department or agency of the decision of cabinet. Covered entity of the decision of cabinet within 14 days on receipt of the decision. And I'm saying that, in my humble opinion, it is not important to communicate and say that cabinet has rejected or declined the application. It's not important because the application was to the minister of the relevant ministry. So just say that the application has been denied with good reasons.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, there are two stages in the approval process. There is the initial stage, which involves the assessment by the minister and then his recommendation. And what this law is simply saying is that even at the level of the minister, if he assesses and decides that he will even make a recommendation to cabinet for approval, he should communicate to the applicant, that's a covered entity, that even he as minister has assessed and doesn't think that he wants to make a recommendation to cabinet for approval. That's one stage. But once he accepts the application, assesses and recommends to cabinet, the cabinet should approve. The cabinet declines approval. Again, at that stage, he is being mandated or compelled to communicate to the applicant, that's a covered entity, the cabinet has declined to approve. What's wrong with that? I don't think there's any problem with that. It's simply administrative. It's administrative, and it prevents a situation where the minister will receive a decision of cabinet and not communicate it to the entity. It gives timelines, and we all complain about tardiness and lack of communication. People collect things and put in their desk, and then the party that should know doesn't know. So the law is mandating that you must communicate. I think we should let this pass. This is not a problem.
Mr. Speaker, if we look at the whole law, application for tax exemption goes to the minister. And then the minister has the responsibility to assess the application and seek executive approval, or what we are calling cabinet approval. And the law is saying that the outcome of your recommendation must be communicated to the other party. So if the outcome of the communication is refusal, cabinet cannot refuse. And then you will say, it is me, the minister, that has refused. So it is the decision of the cabinet that you are communicating. So you are just a conduit to carry out the information. So, my brother,
I have not given up.
Yes, leader. Mr. Speaker, respectfully, there are three levels. There are three levels. The first is with the minister himself, who assesses on the basis of the criteria set out in 6.3. Now, the minister himself could make a recommendation or decline after assessment. The second stage, if he is satisfied, will be to make a recommendation to the executive. I mean, to cabinet for executive approval. We are saying that should be cabinet approval. Not to worry. The Speaker, the Speaker, from that, even if the executive approves, it may come to Parliament. It won't have to come to Parliament. Parliament could also disapprove. And if Parliament disapproves, the minister will have to communicate that Parliament, unfortunately, on account of ABC, or vary. The Speaker, Parliament can vary. And the person who makes the application should know. It should be communicated to that this has been denied by Cabinet because of this and this. It's been denied by Parliament or varied by Parliament because of these reasons. And the Speaker, for reasons of transparency and accountability, I don't see anything wrong with this. I don't see anything wrong with this. So I'll plead with the Honourable Roxanne Dafewapo to let sleeping dogs lie so that we can move. Yes, because I believe that I see him looking at me, and I believe I have his agreement for you to move on. I thank you.
So, Chairman, may you take up the rendition again for the.
So, in respect of 7.6, it is just the consequential amendment of the Ministry Department of Agents or agency being replaced with covered entity. Same for 7.7. Those are the two amendments in respect of 6 and 7.
Honourable members, there is a proposed amendment to clause 7, sub-clause 6, and clause 7. All those in favour of the amendments say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, it's obvious the ayes have it. The proposed amendment to clause 6, sub-clause 6 and 7 are carried. Now I'll put the question on the entire clause 7. All those.
Speaker, my problem is I'm letting go of the issues, but the sequence. Oh, the sequence, please. Leader explained a 3-stage sequence. The first is at the level where the minister makes a determination. He must communicate. The second stage is where the minister, after making a determination and forwards to cabinet, depending on the outcome from cabinet, there must also be a communication. Then the third level is where it leaves cabinet and comes to parliament for. Oh, can I finish? Can I finish? The third level is where it leaves the desk of the minister, it gets to cabinet, it passes, it gets to parliament. Whatever decision happens in parliament, that too must be communicated. So I think the sequence. Thank you.
Honourable members, I put the question on the entire clause 7. Entire clause 7. I've put the question on clause 6, I saw clause 6 and saw clause 7. I've already put the question. So I'm putting the entire clause.
Speaker, I'm humbly raising the issue of the sequence. So if you can direct that table office, the drafters can.
Well. Yes, Leader.
Speaker, the import of what he's saying is that 7 should come before 6. Yes. So it's only interpositional change. Yes. Thanks.
Well. So table, please take note of that changes.
Speaker, before you put the question on the entire 7, I still think that President or Cabinet must be what should be used in the entire clause 7. I'm back after perusing the Constitution. The executive, I'm not comfortable with the word executive. But wherever you have cabinet, it should be preceded with the president or cabinet. Other than that, we risk, if somebody challenges what we are doing and say that cabinet has no such authority, absolutely. So it should be president or cabinet if it's agreeable. Don't use executive. But wherever in clause 7, the text should read, the president or cabinet. Or cabinet. And wherever you have cabinet, proceed with the president or cabinet for purposes of respecting the constitutional provision. Thank you.
Yes. Meanwhile, Honorable Chairman, hold on. Meanwhile, let me indulge you to extend sitting beyond the normal sitting hours. Today, yes, Chairman, let's hear you.
Yeah. Leader just advised us that you cannot have a cabinet without a president. You cannot have a cabinet without a president. So to speak of cabinet and to say that we should attach and the president is for me to, or president is to repeat what you have stated already. And I worry that there are so many of such in this bill that we will end up with just too many amendments. I plead with him that we leave it as it is.
Mr. Speaker, we've started using the word executive approval in the bill on the basis that we have cabinet recognized by Article 76. But the Constitution recognizes the fact that we have executive arm of government and the power is vested in the president. And we always talk about approval, executive approving something. And the Constitution is clear as to the role of cabinet. So, leader, if you want to hear me, I still maintain that wherever we have approval, it must be executive approval.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My colleague here is talking about executive approval as the only way that the executive expresses himself. There's a cabinet approval and there's executive approval. Yes. Huh? Yes. I'm just coming. I'm grateful. Yes. I've been checkmated by leader. Yes. I rest my case. But I wanted to draw the distinction. Yes. Yes.
Yes, honorable members, let's make progress. So the question for the entire clause, all those in favor that entire clause 7 stands part of the bill, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The entire clause 7 as variously amended stands part of the bill. Yes, Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, Clause 8, I have an amendment to subclause 1 as follows. We should delete the subclause and insert the following. Where cabinet does not approve of the recommendation, the minister shall inform. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, Speaker. So Chairman,
Chairman, now let me lead you. Now clause 8.
Thank you. The President. Okay. 8.1. Delete and insert the following. The salary, allowances, and facilities of the President. And on leaving office, the pensions and gratuity of the President shall be exempt from tax in accordance with Article 68 of the Constitution. I so move.
Yes, Leader.
Speaker, I would ordinarily have supported the chairman if he just said, clause 8.1, the salary, allowances, facilities, pensions, and gratuity of the president are exempt from tax. Leave it there. In passing this law, you said you are passing in accordance with Article 106. In passing this law, why must you be referencing to article this, article that? Why? You are simply saying you want to exempt the salary. So let me go to clause article 68. But I think if you want a more elegant provision, it should just read the salary, allowances, facilities, pensions, and gratuity of the president are exempt from tax. That should be it. And then leader, go to article 68.5. It reads, the salary, allowances, facilities, pensions, and gratuity referred to in clause 3 and 4 shall be exempt from tax. You don't need to go back and say in accordance with or reference with. You are passing this law in accordance with the Constitution. You simply want to exempt those taxes from it. Why do you want to add in accordance? There, every clause that you do, say in accordance to Article 106. Because this bill, from explanatory memoranda to the end, be referencing it. I think this House, we must, Mr. Speaker, there are people who observe the laws we pass. And part of their complaint is lack of elegance. We just play with words, too much words, my view. But if it is not popular, I'll yield to it. So, Chairman, amend the 8.1 to just read what is in Article 5 without saying in accordance to the Constitution, my view. Thank you.
Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the minority leader, what he's talking about really is what is in the bill originally, which provides, in accordance with Clause 5 of Article 68 of the Constitution, he wants us to read that much, so that we shall have the salary, allowance, facilities, pensions, and gratuity of the president are exempt from tax. But that is inaccurate. It's inaccurate because the Constitution makes a distinction between an incumbent president and a former president. Mr. Speaker, so 68.3 provides that the president shall receive salary, allowances, and facilities. That is for a serving president. For a president who is out of office, it provides that on leaving office, the president shall receive gratuity in addition to pension. So the person who has left office receives gratuity and pension, not salary. So the two are different. Come again. Mr. Speaker, would the minority leader avert his mind to the provision in Article 68.4? It says, on leaving office, the president, it didn't say the former president, the president shall receive gratuity in addition to pension. So the former president received gratuity and pension, and the serving president receives salary, allowances, and other facilities. So what the chairman has just said is just to make that distinction, so we can move forward. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Yes, Honorable Kwame.
Right, Honorable Speaker. The whole point of this bill is to cure a mischief where agencies grant tax waivers, sometimes we feel unnecessarily. I wonder if there's a general consensus that taxes that former presidents or presidents enjoy, tax exemptions, or when they are not taxed, is it actually an issue? Mr. Speaker, if the Constitution says that these individuals, if it's in the Constitution, I'm wondering why we are lifting it into this act.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague is not appreciating the distinction that we have made. We are only saying that a former president is not getting a salary. Let nobody go and hide under that and cause mischief. That is the only thing, the only distinction that we want to make. Because the former president will not be assessing this himself. Somebody may use his name to do that. The secretary or whoever may try to use his name to achieve that. So we just want to make sure that the right thing is done. That's because so the member would save us, would save the house of his laborious argument. And he's shaking his head. All others agree with the formulation.
There's no evidence anywhere that what you are trying to cure actually exists. Is there any evidence that any former president or anybody in the name of any former president has been going to do tax exemption in his name? If the constitution says something, why bring it here? And to the extent that it doesn't even exist. We are talking about bringing tax waivers here for X number of organizations that we are saying is too much, let's regularize. Then you are coming to bring former presidents into this. What is the point of doing this? You do law to cure mischief or to cure a situation. What are you trying to cure here? Show me one evidence that what you are saying actually exists. It doesn't exist. Let's talk. It can happen in the future. So why don't you make laws for every possibilities in the future?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think what we are doing simply is to rationalize the procedure for obtaining a tax exemption. The procedure is already set out in the Constitution, basically, generally, that it has to be approved by this House. But what they are simply doing is providing some additional details about the process from the applicant organization to the minister, to cabinet, and ultimately to this parliament. And we have consistently in this House virtually reenacted the constitutional provisions. And I think that the specific reference to clause 5 is important because you cannot, by this simple process, amend a constitutional provision. So when the proponents of the legislation make specific reference to clause 5 and says in accordance with that clause, you are just fortifying and making sure that it is not understood that you are in any way intending to amend an existing provision, and that this bill should be read in accordance with that constitutional provision, even if your language reorganizes the clause. Because if you read sub-clause 3 and 4, and then clause 5, we see the sub-5 then makes reference to 3 and 4. But then in our clause, we leave 3 and 4 and put them in one clause, and then we fortify it by reference to 5, which already refers to 3 and 4. So that nobody reads that we are in any way trying to amend the Constitution. So I think that the current phrasing of it, rendition, is appropriate. Let's leave it that way, and then move on to the next clause.
Very well. So, Chairman, kindly repeat the rendition for me.
So we end with the salary, allowances, and facilities of the president, and on leaving office, the pensions and gratuity of the president shall be exempt from tax in accordance with Article 68 of the Constitution.
Mr. Speaker, I have abandoned my earlier position after listening to the Honorable Mahama Yarga, but the chairman haven't learned from his guidance. He is simply saying that you cannot amend sub-clause 5 of 68. You cannot. And don't encourage this House to do that. Article 68(5) says that the salary, allowances, facilities, pensions, and gratuity referred to in clauses 3 and 4 shall be exempt from tax. So move it as it is, without reference to clauses 3 and 4. Then we will approve it for you. No, his language divided it into 2. I heard him. Read your words again, I will hear you. No, when he read, he divided sub-clause 5 into 2. And I'm saying he cannot do that if he's taking the advice from Mahama Ayaga. I've taken the advice, so I've abandoned delete in accordance with. So also be guided that sub-clause 5, leave it as it is in the original bill.
Leader.
Salary allowances, pensions, and gratuity rights are exempted from tax in accordance with in that case,
so then you come back to the original relation. Mr. Speaker, then I'm happy to abandon the amendment altogether. Abandon the amendment and keep 8 as it is.
So, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I want to impress upon the chairman not to abandon the amendment, but to improve upon the chairman's amendments to read the salary allowances and facilities of the president, and on leaving office, the pensions gratuity of the president shall be exempt from tax in accordance with sub-clause 5, in accordance with clause 5 of Article 68 of the Constitution, but not the current rendition that says in accordance with.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing.
It's not the same.
The clause should
be the same.
Honorable Hiafo, may you repeat your rendition?
Just look at the rendition will read the salary allowances and facilities of the president, and on leaving office, the pensions and gratuity of the president shall be exempt from tax in accordance with clause 5 of Article 68 of the Constitution.
Abandon. The person has abandoned it.
It's clause 5.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, we are introducing clause 5 because clause 5 makes reference, clause 5 of the Constitution of Article 68 make reference to both 3 and 4.
But he's abandoned the thing, so.
Well. So, Chairman, are you?
Yes, I agree.
Well. So now I'll put the question on sub-clause 1. All those in favor of the proposed amendment on clause A, sub-clause 1, say aye. Honourable members, I want the backbenchers to also respond. All those in favor of the proposed amendment to clause A, sub-clause 1, say aye. All those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I proceed to propose an amendment to sub-clause. Sub-clause 2 has a consequential amendment, which is ministry, department, or agency going to covered entity. So, all right.
Yes.
Okay. Sub-clause 2, delete, Mr. Speaker, we delete sub-clause 2 and insert the following. Goods procured for the use of the President or Vice President by the office of the President or a covered entity are exempt from customs duties and customs taxes in accordance with the procedure under Section 7. I so move.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, this sub-clause 2 must go. It must go entirely, because we are abusing tax exemptions in the name of the president. Now, when you say goods to be used, which goods are not used? Every procurement you do when they take anything to the presidency and say they want it for the use of the presidency, what will you do? Then my second difficulty is, why are you putting in vice president? I'm just asking. In the constitution, use of the presidency by the office of the president. Now, I have a difficulty. So when you say vice president, so goods for use by chief of staff will not be affected? It's just a question I'm asking. So, as I said, then Mr. Speaker, he is adding his covered entities, goods that ministries, departments, and agencies must use. Why should they be entitled to tax exemption? So, Chairman, convince me why I should support you that sub-clause 2 of 8 should stay in this bill. If you allow 8.2 to stand, then forget about this bill entirely. Goose. We shouldn't encourage it. We encourage tax exemptions by ministries, departments, agencies. People go in the name of the president, go to the port, harass people in the name of national security. There must be an end to it. So I'm not convinced that sub-clause 2 should belong to this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. I disagree with the minority leader on one leg of his argument that goods from the office of the president ought not to be tax exempt. The Jubilee House was built with some grants from the Indian government. They were entitled to some tax exemption. Are you saying that in future, if there is some expansion work and goods are going to be procured from a grant, and one of the conditions ought to be that those goods ought to be tax exempt, we would have defeated that arrangement with your proposal? Secondly, I agree with you on the leg that the office of the vice president ought to be deleted from this, because from the Presidential Office Act of 93, Act 463, Section 16 on the interpretation, the office means office of the president and vice president. So we ought not to include that of the office of the vice president in this registry. Yes, office of the president includes Presidential Office Act of 1993. Presidential office means office of the president and vice president. Says that Kweku was making an amendment to include the office of the vice president, office to be exempt from goods. My recommendation is for the office of the president to be used, not office of the vice president. The Presidential Office Act. Yes. Yes, so we can make that presidential office as defined by the Presidential Office Act. Yeah.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, if you look at Article 68, 68.5 says the salary, allowances, facilities. It uses the word facilities, not goods. I have tried to find out if anywhere we can find the definition of facilities, and we can't find the definition of facilities. I assume that facilities will ordinarily refer to, let's say, the vehicles that the president would use, an aircraft that the president would use. I don't know if the chair that is being carried these days around the country, whether it will also be a facility. But facilities have been mentioned in the Constitution as an entitlement of the president, for which, when they are being procured, they should be duty or tax exempt. That's my understanding of sub-clause 5. the salary, allowances, facilities, and pensions and gratuity referred to in clauses 3 and 4 shall be exempt from tax. So if facilities are exempt from tax, then clearly there will be some entitlement to make arrangements for processing the tax exemption. That is why, in my opinion, clause 8, subclause 2 may be important. But the use of the word goods, goods means objects of every kind and description, such as raw materials, products, equipment, and objects in solid, liquid, or gaseous form, and electricity, as well as services incidental to the supply of the goods, if the value of those incidental services does not exceed the value of the goods, and may be in the nature of movable, tangible property, thermal and electrical energy, heating, gas, refrigeration, air conditioning, and water, excluding money. So we are now given a definition of goods. And I don't know whether it is coterminous with or is the same definition that we will give to facilities. Because my concern is that the word used is facilities. And here we are referring to goods and how we marry the two. Because that's my understanding. That's my understanding. Otherwise, I really don't have a problem. Now, why do we want to extend facilities which are defined only in relation to the president to extend to all covered entities, which talks about government departments, ministries, and agencies, as if they are also entitled to these exemptions? They are not constitutionally entitled to these exemptions. But what we are seeking to do is to place them, at par with constitutional entitlements of the president by this enactment. So let's limit ourselves to entitlements that are conferred to just the president. Then we can have a separate clause and find a way of dealing with ministries and agencies. Otherwise, in this instance, every department, every agency, every local government authority from henceforth, when they are procuring goods, will demand that the supplier gives them those goods tax exempt, so that they can save money. And how many contractors will be able to apply for the tax exemptions and have the minister process them through cabinet to parliament? That would just be impossible. In fact, even the office of the president, it will be impossible for them to demand tax exemption for everything that they have to procure. So I don't think that we should place departments, agencies, and etc. at the same level as the president in this clause. We should maintain it only for the president and the office of the president, and leave the ministries and agencies, because constitutionally they are not entitled to this treatment. That's my proposal.
Well, first, we need to distinguish between 8.1 and 8.2. 8.1 is in respect of income. 8.1. And that is what is provided for in the Constitution. All right? Now, in fact, the facilities, as has been mentioned in 1, is defined in the Constitution. We paid attention to that. Yes. Yes. So, when you end 8.1 and you come to 8.2, 8.2 is seeking to address an irregularity that has been made in our exemptions regime. Namely, you go to the Customs Act 2015 today, and there's a provision that says the office of the president for imports for the use of the office of the president, are exempt. Now, what that has meant in practice is that national security, anybody that imports anything that they claim is for the use of the president, then come to the Ministry of Finance for exemptions under that provision. What we're really seeking to do here is that whether it's being imported by the Office of the President or by the National Security or any other covered entity, go to Section 7 and apply under that umbrella as an ordinary MPA. It is to cure an existing irregularity. That's why we have it there.
Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would want to believe that under A2, inserting covered entity is wrong. Because that the privileged persons, we have defined them. One is the president. And then we come to diplomats and diplomatic missions, then persons with disability, and then religious organizations and others. So the covered entities, they've been provided for under 7. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe clearly we must delete it under 2 and limit it to the office of the president. So that is how it should be. So I agree with the Honorable Ayariga. And then the vice president, I'm not too sure that I don't really agree that we should delete the vice president. Why? Because, Mr. Speaker, we have made specific provisions for the judiciary, the Chief Justice, specific provisions for the Speaker of Parliament. And we think the Vice President should not be covered as the second citizen of the land. Maybe, as we are being told, the Presidential Office Act uses a terminology, Presidential Office. So if we should say that goods procured by the Presidential Office for use of the presidency or the president and the vice president, then we can leave it at that.
Yes. Leader, can I suggest that we take out even the person procuring it for the president's use and just say goods procured for the use of the president are exempt from customs duties and customs taxes in accordance with procedure under 7. So so it could be the procured for the use of the president or vice president are exempt in accordance with. Would that be that? Okay, so Mr. Speaker, the amendment is then as follows. Goods procured for the use of the president or vice president are exempt from customs duties and customs taxes in accordance with the procedure under Section 7. No. Members, this is the crux of the matter. Unless you refer this exemption to take place under the procedure under Section 7, then you are not correcting the existing mischief. Then where any entity, national security, wherever, where they import and they purport to be imported for the use of the president,
already provided for. So goods procured for the use of the president and the vice president or the vice president are exempt from customs tax in accordance with the procedure under Section 7. But I still have a problem with the vice president. I still have a problem. Because my understanding is that the exemption given to the president is a constitutional one. Unless we are saying that the president is the vice president, the vice president is the president. Facilities available to the facilities available to the vice president are extended to the president. I mean, to the president are also extended to the vice president. I mean, I know that minority leader is in contention, majority leader is in contention for the vice presidency. So he seems to be fighting for us to elevate the facilities of the vice president to the level of the president. But the Constitution only mentions the president. It doesn't talk about the vice president.
No. Look at Article 60.
With respect to my colleague from Boko Central, he must withdraw this submission and profusely apologize to me. The Speaker, this is a law that we are making. It's an exemptions law. And as we do know, even here in Parliament, we procure for the Speaker and we go for tax exemption. Does that mean that we are amending the Constitution because we seek for tax exemption for the Speaker? No. The Chief Justice? No. We're only saying that the provision mentions only the President. We should include the Vice President, just as we have found space for the Speaker and the Chief Justice. That's all that we are saying. It is not to amend the Constitution. If you are saying that we should make it maybe a different sub-clause, I don't worry. As distinct from the President, I don't worry. But certainly we must make a provision for that.
Can we make progress?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, mine is just an admonition on the way forward. And clearly, Mr. Speaker, we must be guided by the spirit behind this bill that we are considering. And it's to reduce the regime of extensive exemptions that we have. At the end of the day, we'll be judged by how much we are able to do to water down the quantum of exemptions that go out, that ultimately go to undermine national revenue mobilization. And so, if we are defining terms and we are not very clear, even under the office of the President, Mr. Speaker, it may be so nebulous that people can exploit that loophole and be able to use that to seek exemptions that ordinarily they would not have gotten. So I want to urge that we should give clarity in such a manner that there is no ambiguity left for anybody to exploit in order to undermine the regime of exemptions that we are here struggling to do every day. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
I want to summarize them. Oh, sorry.
Mr. Speaker, the position of a vice president is established by Article 60 of the 1992 Constitution. Now, we are talking about goods procured for the use of that particular office. What is the situation now before this law? Before this law, those goods are exempt. Now the law in Section 7 is providing the procedure to have those goods exempt. And all that the provision is saying is that those goods procured for the use of the office of the President, the Vice President, must go through the procedure set down in this particular law. Now, if you don't do it like that, what it will mean is that when you are going to procure goods for the use of the office of the Vice President, it will not come under the procedure in this particular law. So what the law is seeking to do is to bring it under the procedure that you are setting in this law for even the President.
Okay, now, Chairman, let's wind up with the rendition and let's put the question.
The Speaker, now I think the final rendition should read: goods procured for the use of the President or the Vice President are exempt from customs duty, customs tax, and what's the other one that we have?
Very well.
His duties on
customs tax and duties in accordance with the procedure under Section 7.
Yes, in accordance with the procedure under Section 7.
Very well. Honorable members, all those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is hereby carried. Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, the next amendment is consequential. And subclause 3, in line 1, after President, insert or Vice President. And in line 2, after President, insert or Vice President. I so move.
Yes, honorable members, there is a proposed amendment. All those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, it's obvious the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is hereby carried. Yes, Chairman.
Next amendment. Subclause 4. Amendment proposed. Delete and insert the following. Where the offense under subsection 3 results in a loss of revenue, the person who commits the offense is liable to pay 300% of the loss in addition to the punishment prescribed under subsection 3. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honorable members, there is a proposed amendment to subclause 4. All those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is carried. Honorable members, I put the entire clause 8. All those in favor that the entire clause 8 as variously amended stand part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. Clause 4 as various, clause 8 as variously amended stands part of the bill. Clause 9.
Mr. Speaker, there are no known amendments, no suggested amendments for 9, 10, 11, and 12.
So hold on. So clause 9.
Diplomats and diplomatic missions.
All those in favor of clause 9 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 9 stands part of the bill. Yes, you finished 8.
Okay. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. I was being engaged here. I was waiting for the 9. Mr. Speaker, the 9. What I'm just wanting us to do is that if you look at 9.1, it looks like it's standing alone. It doesn't look like it's affecting 2, 3, 4, up to 6. Because, Mr. Speaker, there are a lot of missions. They enjoy all manner of things in our country. Yet in their country, they will not even afford us half of it. I just want us, if you read 1, that's what 1 says. But it doesn't look like 1 applies to 2, 3, 4, 5. We need to find a way of making it, that rendition, cover all of it up to 6. So that if it is vehicle that, like we are saying in 2, we are talking about goods and vehicles. If it doesn't apply in their country, they can't enjoy it here. So that the reciprocity is clearly stated.
No. It's there.
So subject to, yes, subject to 1. I want it to be subject to 1. Because 1 seems to be standing alone. So, Mr. Speaker, I want us to have a new rendition that will come before 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. That would all begin with subject to clause 1, or better still, for elegance of drafting, if we could instruct the drafters to see where they will appropriately place it, that it will affect them. Because, Mr. Speaker, I can bet you that in many countries, our missions don't enjoy a quarter of what they enjoy here. And I don't think it's right. We must just state it in the law. So when they come, we point to them, in your country, we don't enjoy this, so you cannot enjoy this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well.
Mr. Speaker, this may be a matter of style. But when I'm looking at the 9-1, which can even go to the last number, my understanding is that it's on diplomats and diplomatic missions. A diplomat shall be granted an exemption where a similar exemption is granted to a Ghanaian diplomat in the country of that diplomat. So what it means is that all the items that are listed here, if a Ghanaian diplomat in your country would enjoy that, then we'll also grant it for you. In other words, if a Ghanaian diplomat will not enjoy similar exemptions, then it will not be granted to you. So the operative word here is where a similar exemption, is granted to a Ghanaian diplomat in the country of that diplomat. So if it is on vehicle, the law is similar in your country, do I enjoy similar vehicle duty exemption? If it is goods procured in your country, do I enjoy similar tax exemption on goods procured? So the 9-1 covers all the listed items.
I don't think so. Mr. Speaker, I don't think so. The reason why I don't think so is that in 9-1, it's talking about diplomats. From 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, it's talking about diplomatic missions. And these are two separate things. Because when you talk about the diplomat, you're talking about the diplomat here. But in 2 to 6, it's talking about diplomat. And all of us know that. So for the diplomat, that everything else stands similar. But when it comes to the mission, we seem to be missing it out. And that's why I said it should have only to the diplomat, but equally the diplomatic mission. Okay.
Yes, so an additional clause and say that these.
Yes, leader.
Yes, Speaker, for the avoidance, we can just state in 1, a diplomat or a diplomatic mission shall be granted an exemption, where then it continues. But if, and as the honourable member for Akachi South indicated, it's about the style of drafting. If you want to get it better understood, you could also say a diplomat or diplomatic mission shall not be granted an exemption where a similar exemption is not granted to a Ghanaian diplomat in the country of that diplomat. The value is the same. So we can add or diplomatic mission in line 1. A diplomat or diplomatic mission.
Leader, give us the last rendition. The last one.
A diplomat or diplomatic mission shall be granted an exemption where a similar exemption is granted to a Ghanaian diplomat or diplomatic mission. Ghanaian diplomat or mission in the country of that diplomat.
Very well. Honourable members, we come back to 9-1. There is a proposed amendment. All those in favour of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment to clause 9 sub clause 1 is hereby carried. I put the entire clause 9. Honourable members, all in favour that the entire clause 9 as variously amended stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The entire clause 9 as variously amended stands part of the bill. Clause 10.
Persons with disability.
All those in favor that clause 10 stands part of the bill say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, obvious clause, the ayes have it. Clause 10 stands part of the bill. Clause 11.
Religious organizations.
Honorable members, all those in favor that clause 11 stands part of the bill.
Mr. Speaker, in clause 11, I want an item to be added. That's because it's the prayer rag or sajada. I spoke to the chairman.
Honorable, come again. I didn't.
I'm adding an item because the prayer rag, RUG, into bracket sajada. Sajada is SJJADA into bracket sajada. Mr. Speaker, originally I was of the view that why do we want to add all these items? But my daughter was explaining that it is just to enhance religious practice within our country. That's why it was added. Then I said, okay, if that's the case, one item, the prayer mat, that prayer, the prayer rag, into bracket sajada.
So it will be J.
I'm just adding that item.
So it will be J.
Yes, so it will be J.
Yes. So, honorable members,
it will be I. Before.
Honorable members, there is a proposed amendment to add J. All those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment.
Hello there and welcome to the launch of the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards Youth Edition. My name is Ismail Akwe, the Editor-in-Chief of AfricaWeb. It's that time of the year again. Last year, you, the audience of GhanaWeb, nominated several personalities in various sectors for various categories of the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards. In its second year running, the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards focuses on the youth of Ghana and is going to be run under the theme, The Future is Now. This is your time, this is our time. We have two important personalities who are on standby to help us unveil the categories. Eche Atisu, the host of The Untold on GhanaWeb TV. Na Oyokote, the host of Bestech on GhanaWeb TV. The pair was integral in the event last year and they are here to do it again. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
Thank you very much, Ismail Akwe. Eche, what's up?
We're back again.
Yeah, good to see you.
Yeah, likewise. And it seems like a year is already caught up with us already.
That's right.
That seemed like a short time. And last year, I had the honors of hosting the maiden event at the Accra City Hotel in December of 2021. And you did the
unveiling of the nominees.
Wonderful. And this year, we have even something more refreshing for you, our readers and our audience. And this year's theme is for the youth. That is why it's a youth edition. And last year, what we did was that we had 17 personalities who were awarded after you, our readers, nominated over 100 people in various categories. And also we had some special awards that we gave to some other personalities who we thought had an amazing work for this country. Let's give you a gist of how all of that went down last year.
I started GhanaWeb about 23 years ago. On the 1st of January 2022 it will be 23 years. Well, initially it was just me, but thanks to the support of many people patronizing the website, we have grown a lot, really. I think everybody. Now, on this occasion, we do something different. We use our audience to highlight people who have made a difference in Ghana in the past year. So this is what the awards are all about.
GhanaWeb Reporter is about democratizing journalism. So everyone in Ghana can become a reporter. What Rob has made, because Rob is looking to his screen always every day, that's why he's wearing glasses. He was thinking of some magic so that you get features that everybody with a phone in his hand can make a report on something he experiences. So Father Kemba told me about his beautiful projects for the lepra people, for the street kids. Why don't we make something like GhanaWeb.com/reporter/charity? And we make you owner of that part, of the lepra people, the street kids, and that everybody can donate there, and we can read to your stories and see what you're doing, because it's good that people take care of the community.
In the spirit of transparency, is unveiling the plaques.
So we have some beautiful plaques here that will be going home with our nominees and those who are going to win the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards that we have. And it's time to unveil them so you see how they look like.
The hand claps. So there they are. Father Andrew Campbell for winning Humanitarian Award. Another well-deserved award.
So the Peace and Diplomacy Special Award goes out to Dr. Vladimir Danso.
The winner of this award is Bright Yao Roger.
Congratulations, Bright. Celebrity painter.
Women Empowerment Award.
Come and empower us, Stacy.
With your beautiful dress,
Empower
you should be
us.
longer on the stage than I.
Thank you, sir.
Take it here.
Thank you very much, Stacy. Thank you, Mark.
Because it goes to one very special person, Professor Stephen Adai.
Your advocate for good governance is Bishop Samuel Noim Mensah.
Now, surprise, shock, and gratitude. These were the emotions expressed by winners to GhanaWeb readers for the recognition when they received their awards. Here is a video of some of them.
Yes, I've been in this job for about 33 years. I've taught thousands of students from all over the world. Yes, I think some of them are waving. Military people all over the world, Canada, Rwanda. I still have from 28 African countries where I'm teaching. And I think I've contributed enough to peace and diplomacy. And I thank you for recognizing me. It goes to
everybody else who loves peace and security in this world. It's very important. We're joking with it, and I believe we've got to realize it.
Let me quote myself on 2 occasions. 1, leadership is cause. Everything else is effect. The second one is that the most powerful leaders who leave legacy combine character, competence, and care for other people like Father Campbell. Thank you.
For me, this goes to all the other women who were in this category, especially Ohineyire Gifty Auntie, who is a big sister to me, who keeps pushing me to be unstoppable. So to every woman here, if we are all able to empower a woman, trust me, we are going to empower the globe.
I will use this opportunity to thank GhanaWeb as a whole and the organizers for this award. They've really done well. And this shows I need to do more. My name is Bright, but officially known as the Celebrity Painter Ghana. Thank you.
I don't know what to say. Just to say thank you very much for honoring me. A blessing, a real blessing, serving Ghana and serving all the needy and poor people. I feel blessed and honored. Thank you.
In the next 2024 and beyond, the next decade will emerge young men and women who will not be 80 years and 90 years to run their country, but young men and women who will turn the clock of Africa around through quality leadership. And that is what we stand for, and that's what we believe in.
So, Influential Man Award and Media Development Award. So to those of you who nominated me, to those of you who voted for me, thank you very, very much. I appreciate it. And to the guys at GhanaWeb, well, I'm not always your friend, but thank you. Thank you very much.
Say a big thank you to the organizers, GhanaWeb. I mean, GhanaWeb is one of the strong online portals that when we're all coming up, we'll go there to read stories and all that. So for them to start this maiden edition of their award scheme, and me getting the best influential or the most influential blogger, I think that I'm super humble. God bless them.
I was actually very surprised when I got the message from you guys,
right?
Because my name has always been confused
with the businessman, right?
No, but it's good actually, because I think, for a long time, in terms of looking at the creative arts sector and all that, I've always thought that the infrastructure has been very limited.
Right.
So at least as artists, we should take responsibility for somehow shifting the narrative,
right,
which can go a long way to empower a lot more other generations which are yet to come, and also maybe somehow put limelight on the older generation also.
Right.
So I think this also goes a long way to somehow restore faith in the significance of the work that we do.
I have to say that GhanaWeb is a true representation of the youth. They soar higher, they never idle. They wobble into the sky's feather as they tame hearts forever with the soothing melodies ever from a flute of a nightingale, constantly changing notes that sends hearts to solace. GhanaWeb, your personality is still evolving. Your tenacity cannot be mistaken for revolutionarism. GhanaWeb, awo iyo kora efasa efitre oman osandem ukuma funi ochedi anko to trouble isina kupon. GhanaWeb, you train your stars on above the thick clouds that define progress, growth, excellence, and true professionalism.
Oyo, you know what's happening this year?
No, tell me.
Well, we have 16 categories. We want to honor and celebrate 16 young personalities who are doing amazingly well in their various fields of endeavor.
But to qualify for the awards, you or the person you nominate must be between the ages of 15 and 35. Now let's take a look at the categories for this year's awards.
Alright, so the first category for this year's GhanaWeb Excellence Awards, the youth edition, is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Agriculture. And in this category, we're looking for successful youth entrepreneurs engaged in agriculture and agro-business.
Next is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Information Technology. Exemplary youth working in the digital space qualify for nominations in this category. Eche?
This is one of those categories that I think a lot of young people should be interested in. And because I know there are a lot of amazing things that young people are doing in IT for that matter. And so I hope to see a lot of nominations coming through.
And I must say, IT is the ish.
Like, yeah, it is. I mean, that's where
it's a big thing now.
That's where the cash is. I know you love the sound of cash.
I know, right?
On to the next category is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Sports. Now, in this category, we're looking for talented youth who are excelling in any competitive sports, be it football, athletics, boxing, hockey, and the likes. I think there are a lot of these young guys who are, especially for the sporting season we are in, especially for Ghana, football, Black Stars. There are amazing guys that I think will fit in here. Not the babies. They are old now.
I'd also like to add our new coach, Otuado. I think he's bringing some excitement in sports. I mean, sports doesn't necessarily mean football, but I think that's a thing for Ghanaian youth. So I think, we are doing great.
It's up to our readers and our listeners right now.
The next category is GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Women Advocacy. Impactful youth promoting women's empowerment and rights. Now, both men and women qualify for nominations in this category. Eche, we have women advocacy.
Yes, one of those. You know, earlier we had a conversation about how there are a lot of men doing women advocacy, men like myself.
Yes, feminists, you know. At first it was weird to have men feminists, but even our boss is a feminist.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Our big boss himself.
Our big boss is a feminist.
On to the next category is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Fashion. Now, in this category, you can nominate any influential youth excelling in the fashion industry to be awarded.
Next, we have the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Music, Drama, and Dance. Now, in this category, we have talented youth excelling in the music, drama, and dance industry. I really want to nominate myself.
Oh, yes. Oh,
I can do some small boogie. Yeah. Let me see.
Like
exactly.
Okay. But there are a lot of names. We're not mentioning names just to lead people on, but I think the likes of Dance God, Afronita, I mean, they're all from the same.
And they're not doing it for themselves. No. They are really bringing in the youth to appreciate dance more.
And a lot of music these days comes with some unique kinds of dancing. So this is it for us. Nominate your favorites. Let's move on to the next one. Is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Media and Communication. Now, in this category, we are looking for people who have been impacting the youth sector in the media and communication industry.
GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Health. Distinguished youth promoting lives in the healthcare industry. Notes that for this category, doctors, nurses, non-professional healthcare workers, or even advocates of health issues can be nominated. So pick your favorites and nominate.
On to the next one is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Education. Now, in this category, we're looking for inspirational youth who are engaged in teaching and education advocacy. And also take notes that just like in the health category, both teaching and non-teaching staff also are eligible for this award.
Now we move on to the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Leadership. Inspirational youth showing commitment to development in society, organization, or any institution can be nominated for this category.
Another one of those categories that I think that a lot of young people are really showing that they truly are deserving of leadership. Many young people are coming out to show what they can do in leading this country and other aspects of life and give us some hope that their future is not bleak as it seems.
The future is now, and the proactiveness as well as boldness is showing everywhere.
That's it. That takes us to the next category, which is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Entrepreneurship. Now, in this category, we're looking for successful youth entrepreneurs running a scalable business. Anyone who started a business, something that is innovative, small business on the side that you think is eligible for this category, go ahead and nominate them.
GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Science and Engineering. Exemplary youth playing an active role in science and engineering qualify for this category. Actually, we have a lot of youth I think would be in or may be in this category.
STEM, which has become a big thing now. Many young people, and I'm particularly happy for the fact that many young women are also taking interest in this area.
It's a proud moment for women.
So go you, go you, go you. Let's go on to the next category now. Is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Visual Arts. Now in this category, we are looking for talented youth in painting, digital art, design, sculptures, etc. So if you know any such person, this is the time to appreciate them and have them celebrated.
On to the next category, GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Diaspora. This category is for inspirational youth in the diaspora promoting Ghana's culture.
I know you want to go have a take on this one because I know what the interest you have in this.
Exactly. I'm really proud that a lot of indigenous are coming back home, especially the young ones. Like you said earlier, we have a lot of old people. In those days, people didn't really want to come home. But now I think people are more open-minded. They're like, no, look, we have to make our country great. We have to be exemplary for those also here.
And
so
I
they
think
want to start up
we
and
can
then
also
relocate.
give some kudos to the government for the year of return.
Exactly.
Which has brought back a lot of people into the country.
More jobs, like
And
we're
more
crying
money.
for. Yeah.
Let's look at the next category now. Is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Peace and Diplomacy. Now in this category, we are looking for impactful youth who are advocating for peace in Ghana.
GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Innovation. Successful youth demonstrating innovative ideas, products, or services qualify for nominations in this category. This category is also an interesting one because, of course, like you said, the youth are always striving for change and they are doing something better to make their lives better.
Can you imagine Kenke on wheels?
You know,
Kenke having wheels.
even Gobe
Gobe.
has posts right now.
Gobe, almighty Gobe. Well, that brings us to the end of the main 16 categories for this year's Excellence Awards. But we have another category which you can call the 17th category, and is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence Award. Now for this category, there will not be the need for you to nominate anyone. The organizers will take charge of this category where they will present an award to a distinguished youth organization. So once again, no need for nominations for this particular category.
Now, many young people are doing amazing things in their various fields, but they only stand a chance of winning if you nominate them.
Let's find out how you can nominate your favorites for the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards Youth Edition.
Visit www.GhanaWebExcellenceAwards.com and click the nominations bar or click the nomination banner on www.GhanaWeb.com. Provide your personal details by entering your first and last names. Fill in your contact details in essence, phone number, and email address. Select the appropriate category out of 16 options for your preferred nominee. Provide the personal details of your preferred nominee. Provide at least one or more social media handles of your preferred nominee. Tell us why your nominee qualifies for the selected category and then proceed. You receive a pop-up with, "Would you like to make another nomination?" If yes, click yes and go through the same process of nominating another person. If no, Click No and you are done nominating your preferred person. Remember, your nominee must be between the ages of 15 and 35.
So, for the launch and opening of nominations, I welcome Editor-in-Chief of AfricaWeb, Ismail Akwe.
There you have it. You've seen the categories and also the nomination process. I do hereby declare the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards Youth Edition launched. And also, I declare the nomination open. It was a fun ride.
It was.
And I think all of you qualify. And
all of us we do. Yeah, exactly.
I'm wondering which category Oyo is going to be in.
The dance.
The dance? Are you
I like the
dance. I can put my money on it that you will not win anything.
Trust me, I can also put my money on it and make sure I win.
Okay. So, money, you know, the future is now and we are all part of the future.
Of course we are.
The future is now and we are the future.
So that's it from us here from the CZech TV studio in Accra. My name is Eche Atisu. I'm the host of The Untold on GhanaWeb TV.
And my name is Ismail Akwe. I'm also the host of The Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV and Editor-in-Chief of AfricaWeb.
And I am Na Oyokwoti, host of Vistec on GhanaWeb TV.
So that's it. Nominations are open. Best wishes to all the nominees.
Remember, the future is now.
If I'm really digging you and we go out on the first date and it is an absolutely perfect date, I'm down for it.
Why would you bring your friends? You didn't discuss it with me. Oh, maybe I'm bringing 2 friends because I'm like...
2 friends on a date?
People bring as much as 3.
Yeah.
Right there. What you wear, what you say, to the amount of food you order on the first date says a lot about you. What impression do you wish to create? Well, I'm very selective when it comes to honoring dates. 1, for security reasons. 2, you're about to find out. On this episode of Moans and Cuddles, we table the do's and don'ts on a date for an eye-opening conversation. I am Paula Amabruni. When we come back, the show continues. You're welcome back to Moans and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV. Yeah, I know you missed me, and I missed you too. We just took a break, but we're back bigger and better. Now, for today's discussion, we're looking at the do's and don'ts on a date. A lot of people are getting it wrong. So today, you're going to learn all the in totals, the do's and don'ts, what you need to do when you go on a date. Because some of, when you don't do it right, the person will just run away. They'll not even love to have a second date with you or whatever. So to help me to do justice to today's topic, I have with me Zainat Ishaaku, but I love to call her Z or Queen Promise. She's an entertainment journalist and presenter with Amial TV. Z, you're welcome.
Thank you.
All right. And now we've sandwiched this young man. He's a fashion blogger. His name is Francis Asong Boateng, but all of us love to call him Bamidele. Is that, I got it right?
Yeah.
So where did you get that one from? And I'll bet you
that will be something for another time.
Something for another time. Yeah. But I must say, I like how you're all looking and all that.
Thank you.
But we say dates. Z, I just want to start with you. What has been your biggest turn-off on a date? Maybe you went on a date with someone and you just decided, this is my first and last, I'll not do again.
Well, I think it had to do with the phone issue. I think a lot of us young people of today, we are so consumed with our phones that even when we are on a social setting, for instance, you know, with a date, you go out with someone and they're on their phone half of the time, and you're like, okay, so I just came to be a puppet here. Why are you not talking to me? Why are we not interacting? This is supposed to be a date. Why are you on your phone most of the time? I think that was so far, that has been the biggest turn off for me, the phone issue.
Honestly, it doesn't even have to be a date.
Yeah.
Once we are starting a conversation and you're on your phone, I'm like, dude, what are you trying to say?
Yeah. It's a really big problem now, because I go out often, and you go out and a group of young people, you've wasted money, picked an Uber, or, you know, fueled your car, you're going out to hang out with a group of your friends, and everyone gets there and everyone is on their phone. Even with friends, I mean, when you meet for the first time, it's understandable. I'm not comfortable with you yet, so I would be on my phone most of the time. If I don't know you, I would simply just sit down quietly. But then as a group of, you know, like friends, you already know each other. Now you've come out to have fun and you're on your phone.
Please put the food down.
Right?
Put the phone down.
Yeah.
Unless you want to snap the food. You know how to do it.
Well,
down there.
but after that, you just shut it down and put it somewhere.
I think we should start charging. If you go on a date and maybe someone else, the moment I see on your phone, that's
yes.
Yeah,
I think that would help.
Great. Now, Francis, I know when it comes to you going on a date, in our setting, it's just not normal. Or I just say, you don't usually have women asking or initiating the date. So if a woman should pull off, Francis, I want to take you on a date, do you think that it's just too much or it's just fine?
No, it's just fine. We have to spend time with each other. Going on dates doesn't necessarily mean we should go sit out and eat. Or going on dates is supposed to let both of you or whoever it is know you more, and you also know the person more. So we can have a date, like stay at home, order food or something. Like, it's just
and
the
then
two
it can
of
be
you
the woman initiating
it. Why not?
Okay.
It's fine. It's just fine.
I think the reason why dating seems to be when a woman asks a man out on a date, it becomes like, oh, you know, out of the place, is because of the way Ghanaians seem to look at dating.
Okay.
It is a non-romantic affair. You're just going out trying to get to know each other. It can be non-sexual, non-romantic and all that. So if a woman should have the courage to step up, oh, I like your vibe, Francis, why don't we go out and have dinner, have tea somewhere, just hang out, that shouldn't be a problem. But because of the way we see it, when you say, oh, I'm dating, people automatically try to make it look like you're in a relationship with a person, which is not the case. It's just a date. So
okay,
if a woman
if you're
should
in a relationship, right?
Yeah.
Maybe say you've been hammering that you are single, but we'll talk about that. So imagine you have a boyfriend, and then maybe his friends spot you out on a date. He should understand that it's just a date.
No, for that, it should be something that you have already discussed with your partner.
Okay.
So for instance, we are in a relationship, but I want to see and get to know other people. You should have that conversation with your partner. Even though I like you romantically, I still want to get to know other people. For that, if I have had that conversation with my partner, then if his friends see me out on a date, that shouldn't be a worry to him. But me personally, if I'm connected to someone, that's it. I don't have the mind for any other person. So if I'm with someone, I'm with someone. But if there's another person who wants, even though they are in a relationship with someone, they want to get to know other people. And when I say get to know other people, you are just trying to know them more. You are not having sex with them, doing all those things that you would do with your partner with them. So if it's on that level, then yeah, why not?
All right. Now, Francis, I just want to find out, have you ever had a bad experience on a date with a lady before?
No. I don't think so. I have never had like a bad experience.
Okay, but then judging from maybe conversation with men, what are some of the turn-offs? Because today we just want to have that eye-opening conversation so that we know what we're doing wrong and what we're doing right.
So the first turn-off that most people complain about is girls bringing their friends on a date.
A young cross system. No, I would say it as it is.
Yeah, why would you bring your friends?
They say for security reasons.
Bullshit.
No.
Excuse my language.
If you were scared to come on the date, don't come at all. Why would you bring your friends? you didn't discuss it with me. Oh, maybe I'm bringing 2 friends because I'm like
2 friends on a date.
People bring as much as 3.
Yeah,
wow.
People do that.
Yeah, people do that.
So that's like
that's the biggest thing. Like,
okay.
Why would you bring your friends on the date?
But then, now that brings me to my next question. When you're going on a date, especially a lady, because it looks like it's only more of the time, it's just the men who initiate the whole let's go on a date. Can I pick you up for dinner? Can I pick you up for lunch? So as a lady, should you know the budget of the guy before, you know, ordering? Because some people want and then their taste bad all over the place. I want this, I want that, ordering this, ordering that. Should you know the person's budget, or you just say you suppress your appetite?
The thing is,
okay,
if someone asks me out on a date, I have high taste because I know I can, if I decide to go out alone, I know the places I would go to because I know there's something there that I can afford to eat. Yeah. But if a guy asks me out, I will ask you, where do you want to take me? Mostly, I don't come up with, oh, take me here, take me there. Okay. Because what if I go and mention take me here and it's not on your budget? But if you decide to pick a place, then I know that, oh, you know the amount of money you're going to spend at this place. You know how much they charge for food and whatever. So that means your pocket is heavy enough to take me there. So mostly, if someone asks me out on a date, I don't pick the place.
You let them
I let you pick. I just say, oh, you know, surprise me. Take me where you want to take me.
But have you always liked their taste?
Yeah, yeah. It's not always bad.
Then I know you're kind of yeah, say no further. Now, Francis, on the back of, you know, getting to know the person's budgets, how do you also initiate? Because some of your gender, they love to impress. But you find yourself on the wrong side.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think the ladies have to suppress their taste a little.
You cannot tell me to suppress my taste.
No. You know, some people are all like, they order like 3 different drinks, like 4 different starters.
But what do you need 3 different drinks for?
You know.
When
so,
did you
like, I mean, did you feel, but like, order something that you like, something reasonable.
Reasonable, that's the keyword, please.
Yeah.
So those doing the watching, Francis say more order something reasonable. Yeah,
or that some people
waiting for the date.
You know, like take 3 different cocktails, order 4 different starters because they ever cannot pack their coffee. So so you know, just be reasonable with what you order. That's all I can say.
So for men, when you're going on a date, do you have like maybe a budget? Maybe I don't want to spend over 500 cities or 1,000, because as they say,
yeah. We always have a budget, but I don't know. So, okay, mostly people have budgets. Yeah, I want to spend like maybe 500 cities for both of us. Did you get it? But sometimes,
which is reasonable.
Yeah,
500 cities in a car is reasonable.
Like, so you know, almost suppress because you know.
All right. Now let's look at the location pick, because we've done the things to do and all that. But I know that the location is very key, because sometimes you might say you are taking me out. Me dressing, say maybe I didn't makeup, you know, you just wanted to go with. Yeah. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. So what should influence the location? And once you pick the location to attire follows. Yeah. So if you can educate us, like, okay, yeah, it's an evening certain, this is where it's going to be nice. Maybe if days where you want to go on the beach, which time should it be? We have tea, but I don't know if people go for like, you know, tea dates and all that.
I think prior to making the decision to go out on a date, you would have discussed what you like, what you don't like, things you like to eat, places you like to visit, places that you like to hang out at. So if I'm talking to a guy and, you know, we all express interest in the beach, for example, then we decide that maybe the guy decides that, oh, since the both of us have been talking about liking the beach so much, why don't we have our first date at the beach? Or maybe I talk about how I like to eat all the time, because I really like to eat.
Yeah, so I heard.
So obviously, if you are taking me out on a date, it should be to eat. I mean, I'm not too difficult to impress. I like chop, but I like fufu a lot. So if you take me somewhere, if I have expressed to you that I like fufu a lot, I would expect that if you are taking me out on a date, oh my God, take me to, right. So I think going out on a date mostly should be influenced by things that you have already talked about. So if it's a beach night and you decide that you're going to go in the night, some people like night beach, some people like to go during the day. I find people wearing, you know, I feel that a lot of people always try to look as comfortable as they can be. But wearing jeans and all those things to the beach, you're supposed to be free, very free at the beach. And there are so many amazing beach wears, long dresses,
like the
very maxi, right? Yeah. Very nice and chic that you can put on with your nice hat, you know, to protect yourself from the sun and all of that. And even putting that much effort to step out, I think just adds to whatever it is. So if it's on the side of the guy, he sees you've come out to the beach and he sees that you are on theme. That should mean like, oh yeah, this girl really knows what she's about, right? Yeah. And then you are the guy, you are coming and I see you in your, you know, beach shorts and all that. I'm like, yo, this guy knows what's up. It's all part of the initial things that people do that makes you, you know, whatever conversations you've been having already, then the liking starts to come in that situation because, guy, we were dressed up me like this. I'm very interested in looks. So if you step up on different dates looking very nice and according to theme, you've got me already.
Listen,
you've got me already. And listen, I remember, I think about 2 years ago, and it's not just that. I go out to very nice restaurants. It's not just the usual KFCs and all that, but like a very nice, maybe 4-star, 5-star restaurant. And then you see boys there with their jeans trousers sagging and jersey shirts with sneakers. How are you going to dinner with your pants sagging in jeans? You're going to a nice restaurant where you sit there and they bring you, you know, a la carte, you know, 3-course menus and things, and you are wearing jeans, sagging your pants, and you are in there, bro.
They don't know. They should visit Francis' Instagram page to show me. Because Francis, like, you do it good. You visit his Instagram page.
Yeah.
No jokes.
Yeah.
Now I know that you got a lot going on when it comes to the right location and all that. So with you, what influences? Is it the taste or the person that you're going out on a date with, or how do you do it?
Yes, as she said, like it's pre-discussed. So what do you like? You like Chinese, so I choose a place, or we both decide on the best Chinese place we've heard of or we've seen on Insta. Like right now, everything is on like the net.
Yeah.
You hear of so many places, you see so many places, you see people going to so many places.
Okay.
So you know you have a like you have an idea of what you want.
Yeah.
Maybe you've seen a place you want to visit. So once we are talking about that, you can chip in that, like make a suggestion and all that. So that's what influences where we want to go. And then where we want to go would also influence our, like what we put on. Because you can't go to dinner, as she said, with like a sagging pants. You have to like dress well, wear like a really nice shoe, a sneaker. For dinner is like some way.
So what do you think they do for dinner?
Oh, maybe you wear a nice dress shoe, like a dress shirt. Maybe you want to look like a little casual. You can like, you know, fold your dress shirt a little and then like wear a really nice sneaker. You know, there are sneakers that go well with
casual.
Like with a formal dress, which becomes like a little casual. So yeah, you know, you look the part. When you are going out, you don't just like throw on anything and then go out. You know, because like you go out and you see people and like you are so angry.
How could you? Okay, they did not understand the assignment. They never understood the assignment. All right. Now the big one, because a lot of girls say when we're going on a date, I expect you to come to my house, come pick me up, and we go.
Because
when we're done, drop me off and then whole opening. But Francis, do you think that if a guy doesn't pick you up when you're going on a date, it should be something that you should be so mad at?
I don't think so. But why won't I pick you up?
Aww.
I will pick you up. Like, you know, we discuss all these things. So I know, oh, maybe I'm not closing from work like quite early or something. So maybe you'll meet me there. I'll order an Uber for you, or you pick an Uber. I'll pay, or what. We discuss all these things. But if I'm free, I'll come pick you up. Why not?
And when, after the date, because some men, it's their rule. No matter where you live, they make sure they'll drop you off before they go. Because as you're going, that's when maybe you could talk conversation. Did you enjoy the dates? Catch up. Maybe you might get a kiss. You never know. But when you just part ways just like that, I feel like, how would you know she got home safely?
Yes. So even with my friends, when we go out, I make sure I drop everyone in their houses before I go home. Like, because I want to know everyone is safe. Everyone is, so I make sure I drop everyone home. Even if I won't go home, maybe out, like we'll go to one friend's place to sleep there, and then maybe the next morning something. But I make sure I will drop you home, so I know you are safe before I leave.
Safety first.
And that just shows the kind of man you are if you do that, because security is very important. And women love security. Women want security in a man. So if on a first date you pick me up and then you bring me back home, make sure I am indoors before you leave, that's like a very good first impression. Like, oh yeah, this guy, he's really thoughtful, he wants me to be safe and all that. That's a good first point for you, like 10 marks then on in my books. Check.
All right.
So yeah,
okay,
very important.
So you're still watching Moans and Cuddles, but as my guest stated, Francis and Z, it's good to pick the person up and all that. But ladies, it's all about communication. Maybe he's running late, you're running late. You can still take the lead, and you just wait. After the dinner or after the date and he doesn't pick you up and you know he's acting up, then you can make a whole fuss about it. But you shouldn't just ruin the first day just because maybe he said you should meet him up or anything. So you're still watching Moans and Cuddles. So we'll take a quick break here. When we come back, the show continues. Welcome back. This is Moans and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV with Paula Amabruni. We're still discussing the do's and don'ts on a date, and I know you're taking notes, right? Because you don't want to get it wrong. Now let's move quick to the discovery box. Now, lady and gentlemen, so Z, we've got here some interesting questions, and as we always do, we expect our guests to give us honest answers. So I'm going to start with Francis. You're going to pick one, and then you're going to give us an answer to it. So you're going to read out to our viewers. What you got in there?
Would you stay or leave if your date isn't what you expected?
Gangang.
I think I'll stay.
You stay?
Yeah.
Reason?
And then no, I don't want to be like disrespectful, at least. I stay for that date. If maybe the person is not what I expected, but like the person is good, like company or something. So I would stay. If I still don't like the person after the date, I like, then maybe I ghost. But
hey,
I
ghost them with Charlie. Z, no one ghost you. Okay, now let me move to Z and let her pick. You got.
Okay.
Yeah.
Pick that.
What you got in there?
Ooh. Oh my God.
What's it?
Have you contemplated on sex on a first date, and are you down for it? Listen, if it is somebody that I have had a crush on, you know, before you go out with someone, you've had some really good vibes, like both of you really dig each other, even before meeting on the first date. Yeah. So yes, if I'm really digging you, and we go out on the first date and it is an absolutely perfect date, I'm down for it.
Energy. Now that brings me to the question. I know you have a crush on Kim Promise.
I do. It's not a crush. He's my husband. Why are you making it look like it's not
boy,
official?
Boy!
He's proposed and all. With a rubber ring.
Oh my God. Z will kill me. Z is so obsessed about Kim Promise. I don't know how it is.
I don't even know myself.
Charlie,
I'm obsessed with him.
But he's a fine guy. I don't blame you. You know. Okay.
Yes.
Wifey. Now let's go to, because in our certain, like in Ghana, when you go on a date, some people think, oh, it's just the sole responsibility of the guy to cater for all the bills. Some people to say it's a 50-50 thing. What do you suggest?
I think it should be discussed.
Discussed?
Yeah. Maybe we are going Dutch on the bill, or I'm catering for the bill. But when someone invites me out, I go with my cash.
You never know.
In case. Yes. And then mostly I offer to like pay part of the bill. Maybe we split or something. Or maybe I'm paying like the whole thing. But so I think you should have some cash on you, and also it should be discussed prior to the date.
Okay. Mr. Francis, no discussion. There should be absolutely no discussion. If you are a guy and you ask me out on a date, you are paying, my dear.
If you're a girl and you ask me out on a date.
And if you're a girl and you ask the guy out on a date, you're paying. I feel like it should be whoever it is that requests for the date should pay.
Yeah.
And if you
I
get
will
there,
pay,
yes.
But like, you know, some people, I don't know, but when I ask you out on a date, I am actually coming to pay. I'll cater for like.
Yes, but that doesn't mean that, ladies, if you know the guy, yes, don't go empty-handed. No. I always go on a date with what I call the anger money.
In case you get angry.
I get angry.
So I'm not the only one in this.
No. I go on a date with anger money because I know how little things make me angry. So I will not go. If, for instance, if let's say on that date, you're coming from work and we decided we're going to meet at the spot, and I get there before you because I always try to be on time. So what if I get there before you and then I'm seated, I'm ordering drinks, and probably you're in the office somewhere and something comes up and it turns out that you can't show up.
That is,
How would you pay for your drink?
Always have your emergency money.
Right? You need to always have emergency money no matter what. Even if you know you're like cocksure that this person is going to pay, just have something on you just in case anything can happen. The person can decide not to show up. You may have eaten. The person may have lost his or her wallet.
Never know.
You never know. So you should always be able to step up in situations like that.
Now let me just add that I don't know why, but then all the guys I've met, they are always up for, I want to pay the bill. Even when you want to do, like, wait, what are you doing? Put it aside. So what I also do is that I can call you randomly. I want to take you out for drinks, bills on me. I want to take you out for dinner, bills on me. So that I know I told you bills on me. Like, let's go grab a burger, bills on me. Because the moment he asks me on a date and I go, I try to take my, like, wait, what are you trying to do? There are some men who will not let you do the 50-50 or all that. So ladies, what we can also do is to, you know, sometimes just, if you know that you don't have the money to take him to that 5-star restaurant or anything, drinks always do. As I say, let's just talk over drinks. And
one beer bottle and he's okay.
Some men don't ask for anything. And the club bar could be, we are good to go.
It's the club for me.
It's the club. Hi. So let's continue the discussion. Now, we earlier we talked about satisfying you're suppressing your appetite, but then sometimes you go on a date and maybe there's something nice on there and then you just want to pick. As a woman or as a man, should you say, oh, maybe he might think I'm being too expensive or whatever, so I shouldn't just order it? Because with me, I think I will order once maybe I have money to. I'll look at it. Maybe if it's a $2.50, I'm like, okay, I don't know if he's got that, but once I got money in my wallet, I'll order for it and not be like, because it's a date, I want to enjoy it. What if that is what I'm craving for?
Right.
I think I'll go for it. I'll not suppress it on that instant.
And then even if the person told you they are paying, you don't know their budget, you can, like, what do you think about this? Like food, or what do you think about this on the menu? Like, you can do that and know if oh, maybe I think it's too expensive, it's way out of my budget. Like, you know. Communication always like sorts everything out.
Exactly.
So not necessarily that you have to like take money out of your pocket. Maybe the person's budget is like way bigger, you know. So you just ask, oh, what do you think about this? I want to have this, what do you think about it? Oh, maybe it's way out of my budget. Oh, I have money on me.
Francis, I can imagine the number of guys who will be honest enough to say, sis, and we dear and Miss Kanso.
Right, I get you.
I can imagine.
I know what
maybe they might let you order once the conversation is going. They text a friend, Charlie, send me 500. I'll go pay you back.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I think the men from this side put too much pressure on themselves. Guy, you put too much pressure on yourselves. I know from afar you are talking to this person. On social media, we are all living this fake, you know, bougie lifestyle. You see me, oh, you see the places that I go to, you see the kind of things that I wear, you see the stuff that I have. So you think that, oh, this person has really high taste, so I must impress. Meanwhile, on that particular day, that lady is just really looking forward to eating some kokontebi. Right? But then in your mind, like, I really want to impress this girl because, you know, from what I've seen on social media, from the way she's talking, it looks like she would want some Kempinski meal, she would want some buffet, she would want to go to, you know, East End Bistro or some place like that, you know? But it's really not that deep.
All right. Now, before we wrap up the conversation, I just want you to throw in, as you stated, the discussion was the do's and don'ts.
Yeah.
Based on your experience, what you've met with people, just someone listening or watching us, what would your advice be to them when they're going on a date? I'm going to start with you, Francis. Okay, so I would advise you to dress well, smell good. You know, personal hygiene. One thing I've noticed is that boys don't take our personal hygiene seriously because we are boys. Like, simply because we are boys. So they think like... A man must be fearful and ugly. That's what I heard.
Yeah, that's what they say.
That's what they say.
You know, you have to look good. Obi Joe girl, yeah, but you know, it's these things that you smell good. You can't go out with a girl and you know, have some funny smell. Like, try as much as like to look good, to smell good, like take your personal hygiene seriously, like clean shave, like shave your hair, like trim your hair, you know, brush your teeth.
Okay.
Oh, use a deodorant. People don't do that. Like, you meet people and it's like bad. So these things count. You know, these are the basic things we overlook. Like, forget the money you have and all, but these little things to like, you know, count. So I think we should take our personal hygiene seriously.
Man, you heard Francis said, do take your personal hygiene serious, because ladies, we're looking. Don't think we are not looking or we are not watching. We put all that in, because you go on a date and then later you meet your friend and like, the guy passed some shubia he was wearing, a bungalow shubi. No. We look at that too. We will mark you that. So, Z.
Yes, for me, for the ladies, I think a lot of us are getting the whole dating scene wrong, and I think it's time for us to actually put a lot of effort into it. Go as you, do not carry your friends on a date. If it's security reasons, let the guy come pick you up and take you back home, and the security reason is sorted. Yeah, if you say I'm bringing my friends, because no, it is you going to know the person, not you and your friends. If it's for the sake of security, like I mentioned earlier, make sure he comes pick you up and then he takes you home, and that security is sorted. And with the guys, please show up with a lot of effort. We the girls, we put in a lot of effort. So you guys should also show up, making us look that, yes, you really took this date seriously. Don't just come up looking with slippers or with something. Don't do that.
Yeah.
Please also show us that you're putting it a lot of effort. And I think these little things, like Francis clearly said, just it comes together to start a beautiful relationship.
All right.
So yeah, that's what I have to say.
Well, if I'll add my 2 cents, I would say if you don't want to give it up on a first date, ladies, you can still close it up. Yeah, because some people maybe
they come in, they'll never show up. They'll ghost you. That's the word. They will ghost you. So if you're not in for it and he wants to be also touchy and, you know, let's do the sex on the first date thing, let your no be your no. Unless maybe you just got the vibe and you want to do it. That's your personal decision. And I would say always have some cash on you, ladies. You never know. Maybe the person will upset you and now you're thinking, what am I going to get money to? That's why you stay throughout the whole boring date. So always have cash on you. You never know. You never know. I must say special thanks to you, Z, for gracing my set, and Francis. You said you're going to tell me the Bamidele thing, so tell me. I think I forgot. Don't try me.
Okay. So I didn't know Bamidele was a name. It was like my favorite song for some time by Asha.
Okay.
Oh. Yeah. So it was my favorite song, and I like got to know it was a name. It wasn't my name. I just used it as my handle, and then people started calling me Bamidele.
All
and
right.
Like now it's
you
like
it.
official or something like that.
Please put out your official social media handles on that note.
You can find me on Instagram at ZIsahak, which is ZZEE_ISSAHK. On Facebook, my notorious ass is over there, Zainatu Erebon Isahak. And on Twitter, Zainat_Isahak.
Okay.
And my you can find me on Instagram at Bamidele__GH.
Okay.
On Facebook, Francis Asong Watson, and then on Twitter as Kwesi Asong.
All right. Do get interactive with them. They got really nice content on their social media platforms. And remember, the name is Paula Amabruni. It was a pleasure doing today's discussion with you. We'll be back again with yet another exciting conversation.